Um, I don't have any good faith beliefs because I never spoke with him, so I don't know what he would say. But that the prosecutor, or prosecutors, but prosecutor, I'm going to say, and the judge, the former judge, were holding hands and working together. And I think that that goes to the jury instruction that courts don't have any interest in the case, save fair trial for everybody. Because I would never, and I will make it clear, I'm not talking about this court, but we were with Judge Glanville for X number of months. And the jurors saw him act a certain way. So I would like to get into that. In addition to that, I plan on, unless, and this I don't believe hurts your order. And if I just interrupted you, were you about to say something?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
I thought you were finished.
I plan on going into the fact that Mr. Copeland did say, it's on the transcript, everything, I did all these crimes. That's not a quote, but it's somewhere in that transcript, and I could get the quote. I'd like to get into that and ask him what he meant by that.
You can ask him that.
Okay. I'd like to ask him about Judge Glanville saying, so long as you don't tell a bold face, I forget the word, but bold face whopper lie, basically, but it may not be a quote. They won't prosecute you. I'd like to get into that and what that meant to him. And I think I'd like to get into the fact that he said, I've been telling everyone I am a liar. The most truthful thing I ever said is what I just said by calling myself a liar.
You can ask him that as well.
I thought I could. I'm just want to make sure that I'm not violating. So I think I covered it, but it's really that the environment, that he didn't ask for that meeting, what his belief is between the judge, former judge, excuse me, I'll make it clear, and the state of Georgia, the prosecutors, and if he believed that they were working together.
All right. Well,
Coercion. That's really what I'd like to get into.
Understand. I continue to believe that that's not appropriate to come before the jury. The things that I said you can get into just now, you can ask him about. In terms of whether whatever happened in this meeting amounted to coercion, you don't need a proffer for that. I mean, that's going to be a legal determination. It's one I have already made. And if I'm wrong and this case ends in a conviction, I'm sure there will be an appeal, and that can be determined. I mean, that'll be a legal determination to be made. So you don't need to make a proffer for that. And you already have before the jury that Judge Glanville was a part of the meeting and that nobody from the defense was a part of the meeting. And I don't recall the state opening the door to that, but just it kind of came up naturally in your questioning of Mr. Copeland. He said, oh, you mean in the judge's chambers? And so you were able to ask questions about that. So that's really already before the jury as well. And in terms of the bold-faced whopper thing, you know, you've, I think, already asked him and can ask him again what he understood to be meant by perjury. And I just think that that's enough. I don't think we need to spend time on that otherwise. So
Can I just make one record?
Sure.
I understand the court's ruling.
Yes.
I'm not trying to change it, actually, or I'd like you to change, but I'm not trying to go against. I understand it's a ruling. I believe that coercion is actually a jury question. I think that the jurors get to take each witness and determine their motive, their interest, and their bias. And I think that this goes into Mr. Copeland's makeup for a trial in this case. So I would like to ask.
Okay, but the thing with that is that we have instructed the jury to disregard all of that. And we've properly instructed him and let him ask questions if he wanted to, and gotten him counsel, and anything that might have come from that, we've redone anyway.
To a certain extent, but doesn't it carry the witness? When I say the witness, Mr. Copeland, I mean, he's the one that the jurors are judging credibility. The state is saying, it's interesting, witness, because the state is saying he's a truthful man, basically in 2015. He's untruthful in 2024. I am saying the exact, I am diametrically opposed. So we both agree that he's untruthful, and we both agree that at some point he's truthful. So I think that it goes through his entire makeup, and the jury should know what happened to him in the course of this trial. So that's I'm very well aware you ruled. I'm not trying to relitigate a ruling. I entrust it. I just want to make a record in case it does go to an appellate court.
Okay. Thank you.
No, thank you. Oh,
Yes.
I have one more thing. So I looked for cases.
Yes.
I do have some cases that even during trial, it could be a prior inconsistent statement. But you said, and I'm talking about the
Right.
he's an innocent man, June 27, 2024 posting by Mr. Copeland. So we're clear. And I'll submit it with the court's permission. If you don't let it in, just for the record, just so the appellate court can see as Mr. Williams or JW 236A. It's already on the thumb drive as 236.
Yeah, it's on there.
But just so an appellate court, if God forbid it goes up, needs to look at it. But I believe what this court said is, yes, it has to be prior to the statement, but I have case law that says no, it's just prior. It could be during trial. You know, the witness walks out of courtroom and says, oh, I'm so glad they didn't ask me about this because I told them A, but the truth is B. That's a prior and consistent statement you could recall. But I think your question was actually deeper. Your question is, but he is saying today on the witness stand that they're lies, that your client is innocent. That's what I took. So it's really, you really put a layer in there in addition to what I was targeting at first about prior and consistent statement. And now I would like you to consider it as a prior consistent statement because he has made now consistently outside of court a statement consistent with his in-court testimony. And the state is challenging that Ms. Hilton specifically said, you haven't said that you lied until 2024. That's an actual clip from the trial that I'll be playing because I have jail calls before 2024. So I think it impeaches when he says, I think his answer is, I don't know. I don't want to say, but I think it's, I don't recall, but whatever he answered that question. So he definitely didn't say, oh no, I've been saying this before 2024. So I think that it should come in for that reason. That's it. Either as an inconsistent or consistent statement, but either way, I think it's inconsistent and I still get to impeach him with all of his statements about innocence, that Mr. Williams or others are innocent versus what the state put in the 2015 statements and jail calls. And if that doesn't carry the day, then I think it's a consistent statement.
Okay, so on the consistent statement part, you're saying that the state in its examination has suggested that Mr. Copeland's trial testimony is fabricated.
They definitely said that. I believe, yes.
So you want to offer this post he made in June of this year,
Correct.
after he had already been testifying,
That's all true.
as a prior consistent statement. But in order for a prior consistent statement to come in, it has to have been made before the alleged recent fabrication. And it's made either contemporaneously with or after the assertion by the state that essentially his trial testimony is not the truth. So it wouldn't come in as under that kind of evidentiary rule either.
So I don't remember the case. I'll sit here. I can get it, or if somebody has it. Thank you. But that's been challenged now. I don't know why, because that makes sense to me before the recent fabrication, the motivation to lie.
Right, because then it's,
Otherwise, just a
oh,
statement.
here's a reason we should be able to give credence to this.
Okay. I understand. I still would like to put it in, but I will obviously.
Okay, well, it's in for the record.
Okay. So don't use it. Use what you tell me.
That is what I'm telling you.
I'm being told, and if this is true, and I don't particularly remember this, so please check the record or let someone else say that this. I was handed a note that the prosecution has intimated, or it has said, that Mr. Copeland's just saying that they or Jeffrey's innocent because Mr. Williams is here in court and he wasn't there on the tweet. So if I adopt that argument, if that was said. I can't tell you that was said, but if that was said, I adopt that argument in full.
Okay.
And just
I know it was suggested in motions hearings.
no,
but-
my strong recollection is the state in cross-examining Mr. Copeland
Well,
or in direct example,
right.
hostile witnessing
Uh-huh.
Mr. Copeland has said that Mr. Williams is here today. These gentlemen are here today, and this is the first time you are saying that what you said in 2015 is a lie. And the reality is these social media posts, what tweets or whatever the Instagram thing is, they are statements by Mr. Copeland outside the presence of Mr. Williams and the other gentlemen here today. And so that directly contradicts what the state's theory behind Mr. Copeland changing his story, that's the state's argument, is. So if they're going to argue that the only reason he's saying this now is because these gentlemen are sitting here looking at him, I believe that his social media post is fair game, because clearly they weren't sitting there looking at him when he's making the social media post.
Okay, I understand your argument. My ruling stays the same. Jury's ready? Okay, let's get Mr. Copeland, please, and then we'll get the jurors.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
On, if you remember, on August 12th of this year, today would be the 28th. So I'm talking about 2 weeks ago plus, Prosecutor Hilton said to you that, and it's only now in 2024 that you are saying that everything you said in 2015 is a lie. Is that correct? Do you remember that question by any chance?
Yes.
I would like to introduce through you some jail calls. Did you have time with your lawyer? Don't tell anyone what you discussed with your lawyer. That's privilege. But did you have time to listen to jail calls that I gave your lawyer a couple of days ago?
We listened to them yesterday.
Okay. And on those jail calls, is that your voice?
Yes.
And are you speaking with people that you know, significant others,
Yes.
family members, friends? Is anything different about any of those jail calls? Like, did anyone amend it, change it? You know what I mean? Like, to your knowledge, or does it sound like the conversation that you remember or had?
It was me talking on the phone.
Okay. And during year 2022 and 2023, do you remember being housed? By housed, I mean you were in custody and put in the Fayette County Jail. Is that your memory?
Yes.
Okay. And the Fayette County Jail recorded calls that you made on the jail call like they do in pretty much every prison and jail?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I would like to move for admission Mr. Williams, exhibit number 250. And Your Honor, A is cumulative, so it's going to be 250B as in Barry, C as in Colette, D as in David, and E as in Aaron. And this is the same thumb drive I gave to Honorable Court. The parties stayed in October, and Mr. Copeland's lawyer.
All right, and these are from 2022, all of them?
They're from, and I'll announce the date and time, Your Honor, but
Okay.
December 2022 through February 2023. There's
Okay.
four different calls.
They're admitted.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Copeland, I'd like you to listen to these series of jail calls. If you can't hear, you may need your headphone there. The first call I'd like to do with you, I'm going to go in date order. It's not in the order of my B, C, and D, and E. So this is actually 250E as in Aaron. It's December 21, 2022 at 1:23 p.m. And if you listen to it, I'm going to then ask you some questions. And after it plays for just a moment, I'm going to ask you, if you don't mind, just tell the jurors who you're speaking with, okay? It'll play
Select
just for a
call
little bit,
from-
and then just tell the jurors who you're speaking with, if you don't mind.
An incarcerated individual at Fayette County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1. To refuse charges, press 2. If you would like to thank you for using Securus, you may start the conversation now.
Hello. Yeah. Anyway. Everybody's been talking, but these folks got something. They got something about their sleeve.
They damn sure do.
Man, listen, man. I would listen to them when they be like, all right, when I first got locked up for the case right here, where I'm locked up for now. They came to me, they be like, if I cooperate, they give me a year with no probation. If I give my testimony. So I was like, I was listening to him. I was like, I don't want to have nothing to do with this case. I don't got anything to say. I'm not a witness or whatever. So I was like, man, I just asked it. I mean, y'all not putting me a part of it. So the DA man was like, So it's okay. We don't need you. Like we have so many people telling on Young Thug. I'm like, well, you know what I mean? I just asked you, y'all don't try to drag me in it. You know what I mean? So
Hey, yeah, they ain't saying no other name.
yeah,
Where they got.
they gonna wait till the last minute.
No. Get up to them thing. I was
like
up in church. Oh.
They like y'all did this to me. Y'all locked me up, put me in the feds, gave me 5 years. I got out of jail. Y'all still targeting me. But motherfuckers shooting at my family, kill Kenny, and y'all blame everything on me. And then y'all find out I don't have anything to do with it. And now, instead of y'all just leave me alone, just let me be at peace. Y'all try to drag me into this shit here. It's just shit that really be bothering me. I'm like, man, wait. They don't get no damn.
Well, no, they don't. I was watching a movie last night, and the police, the man, he was doing everything they were saying. It was a federal. And he was like, they don't give no fuck about me. They just want to complete their case. Because when they got his ass in there and he did what they told him to do, he called her and he was like, done. She didn't even get him out there. He had to kill a damn guard to get out.
Watch it, you know, but these motherfuckers last time they try to come out here and try to end you that shit, right? I told him, I said, let me tell you. The lady said one thing. She said, first she like, if something happened to me, she gonna do everything in her power to investigate. I was like, damn, you already got it in
That's
your
all
mind.
she's gonna do. Yeah.
I said, you already got it in your mind something gonna happen to me. So, but I said it to myself. I said, let me tell y'all something. I said, y'all dragging me in this, you know what I mean, trying to make me apart or make it seem like, oh, I'm cooperating. My whole thing is, I'm trying to prove my innocence. Y'all trying to pin a murder charge on me. Hey, man, listen, I ain't got nothing to do with no murder. Everybody saying I did it. I ain't got nothing to do with it. I lied on Doug because, you know what I mean, I found out that he I can't say that. I can't say that on the phone, but, you know what I mean? It's some shit happened between me and him back then. And just so happened I got locked up the next day. You feel me?
Mm.
You remember Mary's son?
Who?
Mary's son.
That Mary?
Yeah, the one who
Oh yeah, I heard. That day.
I would have said all day before.
Oh shit. Trez told me about this.
Nah, I wasn't talking about that, but I was using this situation to describe what I was to say, but you said too much.
Well, shit, my bad. But Trez told me about it already. Cause it blew me.
Nah, I wasn't talking about that. For that specific, I was just use this scenario.
Hmm.
Know what I mean? And then had overheard me and somebody else having a conversation. Know what I mean? So he was in his sister's house.
His
Yeah.
sister?
Yeah,
His sister?
this nigga was late. No, sister, our cousin.
Oh. Oh.
This nigga was laid up in her bed, and I was in the living room. I was in the living room telling nigga. I was telling my partner like, man, look, man, these fuck niggas got this and then third. I'm telling him what's going on. Like these fuck niggas playing on me. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So while I'm telling him that these niggas playing on me, this nigga yet hit the whole conversation come out the room.
Mm-hmm.
So when I see him, my mouth dropped. I'm like, what? You feel me? Like, so he heard the whole conversation. I'm just like, shit, fuck it. You know what I mean? I already know you could go back and let them niggas know what's him. But he tried to tell me that what I was talking about, I was wrong. I ain't know what I was talking about. I'm like, yeah, I do know what I'm talking about. I ain't stupid.
That's it crazy.
Huh?
I said, that shit crazy as hell. Y'all need to put that motherfucker in my feet.
Then after that, then what's his name when trying to post me on his Instagram page and try to tell me to come back around. Man, I ain't come back around y'all niggas. I know what y'all got me. Come on, man. Y'all niggas crazy here thinking I'm stupid. You're right. But if you post it where he was telling somebody else like, man, some. He was saying that because
Put some gloves in there.
stop trying to get your ass in.
No, I hear you. can't stand them motherfuckers. Now, that's why I don't get. When I be listening, you started. Must say you got my thoughts in the oven. I'm telling you, I'm listening. How you telling somebody else something?
I really just trying to get the rundown without saying. I mean, too much, but.
I ain't down, I'm listening.
Okay. Red said everything else. I forgot that concern about him, man. I think Red might be big.
You dirty bastard.
Who?
He is sick. But I don't think he's like past his sick. And then how did his grandma feel? You ain't never asked him about that.
Call him back.
I think he's on okay. You know he told you he'd be free. He said when he'd be free, he'd be getting out. Hold on, let me call him back. Give me some syrup. Hold on.
Hello.
Yeah, he ain't answered.
Yeah. Okay.
How much?
Hello.
But that shit ain't going. They ain't talking about that how they was talking about that shit last time. They ain't biting on this. No, I was saying they weren't talking about it.
They ain't talking about what?
Yeah, well, damn case how they was talking about it first.
Yeah. Yeah.
He said no service where he is.
So great. Yeah. Okay.
What?
I'm trying to get the hell up out of the damn room, boy. Kyle Jr.'s little bitch ass on 2 way.
I need to give me Kent number so I can tell Kent send me some goddamn money. Hold on. Hold on.
Hello.
Get in. Greg said, tell her, bro, I'm good and don't drop the soap on purpose. LOL.
Say he been having me word, goddamn.
Hello. He'll be good as long as he done lost that weight he's supposed to lose. As long as he takes your medicine, keep that shit up.
Ain't no telling why he lost that weight. That nigga got,
He probably had to.
you ain't hear what
I don't know how big he was.
You ain't hear what how he was talking to us last night. No, you got to listen to a person. A person try to cover the truth, but you listen how he said, you'll hear it more to it.
He said, tell him I'm good. He said, tell him I'm good.
Then he just said it again.
Huh?
He just said it again.
Yeah, right now.
Yeah. So he said, all right.
I said, and I love him forever with his bitch ass, LOL.
Yeah. He just started rubbing me the wrong way, you know.
You so stupid.
I ain't no surgery yet. It's kept. These folks got y'all motherfuckers thinking, that I'm working the other one. Shit.
Boy. I got cold since you opened that door.
You say what?
Her. They got cold.
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. She's a stank ass. She must be high.
None. Maybe
How many minutes?
maybe got a gun on her side. 12.
Yeah.
We got that find out. Where? Duh. Mm-hmm.
Hello? Pass quick.
Ooh, what's your fine call, huh?
Shit, you ain't tell me. You just told me.
She told me woke the kids up. No telling her if you leave.
Hello?
She got her phone on do not disturb that shit. Hands on y'all. Get off the table.
You say what?
I got it.
Yeah. Renee never ain't coming.
Who?
Renee or Becky? Yeah.
Becky did call back yesterday. My bad.
What
She
say?
she go share when she get the money, it should be one day a week.
Yeah. Oh, why did you say? Didn't you say they said something about Cornelius Zach?
Who?
Cornelius Zach.
Yeah, I think they did say that name. They said so many goddamn names.
I'm saying they said that he a witness.
Did they say Condarius Zachary was the witness? Yeah.
They did.
Yeah.
That nigga out.
He out.
Yeah, they let Diva Cleave.
They who?
Let Diva Cleave.
Oh.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, shit. You motherfucker they be pick and choose who they gonna let out.
Hell. Themselves. So they say they trying to make it seem like they got a case by still keeping you locked up and shit. They making it seem like, oh, we still got them main witness. They don't know. They ain't got shit.
Shit, they do. That's it. These people not stupid. They won't be going out of their way. Well, something that they speak.
But they can't make you testify. If we don't want to, they can't.
Oh no, it ain't me. It's somebody else. I don't know who it is. I'm just saying it ain't me.
Then they made me mad trying to call that lady to the stand, and they done said she was dead several times because she was a witness too.
So Lala,
Yeah, I remember her because she was a made on friend.
that's crazy. How the heck she be a witness?
And then the judge even asked how she died, so they was like a brain aneurysm. I said, oh, that scared me.
A brain wet?
Aneurysm.
Yeah. How the hell can I not be a witness? Who the hell do she know?
When they walked to the whenever they walked to somewhere, they said she was somebody's wife, but we know that's a lie. Cause I think Judge is her son, right?
Yeah.
Well, I was like, that's not even her husband, that's her son. I knew that for a fact, so he was going crazy when she passed. And but they was like, when they came to question her again, they said she don't know nothing about nothing. She don't know what they talking about. So I was like, that's was funny. But they couldn't bring her to the stand because she passed.
Yeah.
So the judge had to ask how she passed and write it down.
Oh yeah.
These motherfuckers so good. I need 2 more in the oven. Sit down. You don't play with hot stuff.
Hello.
Uh-huh.
I say said they just bought some more books in here. I got some books to read. Shit.
Oh. Now, little more. What happened? Say, I was gonna say I didn't bring some.
You said bring me to who?
The coloring book.
I can't hear you.
I was saying coloring book.
Man.
I was trying to think when we see your package. I keep sticking on. I was gonna have everybody to do it. I was gonna be on there, but you can't even do it. It's not letting you click on it.
Shit. Yeah, you do get the motherfuckers send money, shit.
I know, and then I had pictures. No, it was saying we could select a package, but you can't.
Yeah. Cause these folks, man, they don't sell no tater chips on the show. They don't sell no soups on the show. They only sell
Yeah.
pies and candy. They
Exactly.
fuck that up.
Trying to make y'all some damn diabetes.
But see, me, one pack of cookies, it might take me 2-3 days to eat one pack of cookies.
That's me. I got to want the cookies when I want them. But they put me sooner in the early.
I know.
I seen Dale call this morning. I know she was calling to check up on you.
Yeah.
And I was asleep. I heard woke up and went back to sleep.
Yeah. I am.
Get down here. You
What?
had Moody?
She called early.
Yeah, she called like 10 songs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I already done broke the scene. Sit down.
You have 1 minute left.
Hello.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but shit, I don't know. I ain't got shit to talk about. Shit, your ass.
Why you worried about that shit? Stop worrying.
Nah, I ain't worried. I just thinking like shit. Anybody else stay down phone? Shit.
Oh,
What? You bitch don't want to talk to me or something? Yeah.
no, I don't say that shit quiet. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. It make no sense, baby.
Yeah. So I said, shit, me either. Yeah, I don't get no fuck. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
At the end of the day, I ain't letting it to me. It's just shit.
I know you started talking to me when you got shit to talk about. You know, I understand you want to call your whole system out.
Your ass and these bad nigga know what you.
How the hell I be knowing what you be saying? I can go in and out. Because if you out, you that's what you tell me no sense. I don't think what's all right, all right. Boom.
I'll be called back.
All right.
Thank you. The caller has hung up. Thank you for using Securus. Good.
Mr. Copeland, would you mind telling the jury, the person you're speaking with, who that is in relation to you?
My sister.
Okay. And did you hear, and I'm going to ask the court, I'm going to replay it, but did you hear their December 21, 2022, during this conversation with your sister that you mentioned that you lied on Thug? Did you hear that in there?
Yes.
Can you play Mr. Kokomo at 3:21? And I'll tell you when to stop, and then you announce the time, okay?
I ain't got nothing to do with no murder. Everybody, and I did it. I ain't got nothing to do with it. I lied on Thug because, you know what I mean, I found out that he I can't say that, I can't say that on the phone, but, you know what I mean, it's some shit happened between me and him back then. And just so happened I got locked up the next day. You feel me?
Mm.
You remember Mary's son?
What number did it stop at? Ms. Winfrey, did you get that? 3 minutes and 43 seconds. 3 minutes and 46 seconds. You were right. Mr. Copeland, were you arrested in April, if you remember, April 2015 by law enforcement?
What year?
2015.
2015?
Yes, sir.
I don't know.
Do you remember the song Halftime that the jurors have heard about?
Yes.
That being released. I'm not saying created, but released in and around April 2015.
They were released when I was in jail.
All right. And the timing of that release was not good for you. The police used the lyrics to Mr. Williams as against you, that Woody would, whatever the words are, punch someone in the noggin or shoot someone in the noggin, whatever the words are, right?
Yes,
That was not good for you at that time.
right.
At the time, okay. All right, I'd like to play with you, if you don't mind. Your Honor, this is Jeffrey Williams 250C, as in Colette. This is February 19th, 2023. It's at 3:52 p.m. Again, Fayette County Jail. Recorded call. If you don't mind listening to this, please.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual. Fayette County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges, and thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you the phone. You know the damn phone gonna hang up.
No, I thought you hung up.
No.
Push that thing back up on the door. Hello.
What been going on?
Shit, the same shit.
Yeah.
Same shit.
Anybody call?
Becky called. That girl called and I said, these hoes don't want no information. Girl called about your business.
And what she say?
Because look, she talking about the, hold on, she text at 3 o'clock in the morning again. She got one more time to text at 3 o'clock. I'm bust her ass. She's like, can you tell him to call me? I don't have money on my phone, but if y'all do tell him to call me, you are the other sister. Thank you.
Yeah. So he said, you made your mind up.
Oh, I did my phone.
Where Becky went?
They don't watch the video.
No, what's her name just went crazy on me.
Who?
Crazy.
You talk to her?
Yeah. She to my I brought her name up.
No, you did not. Now why she lying?
She I don't know. That's what she said.
She lying like a motherfucker. All you said was she ain't had nothing to do with that, and you went and put that in her car. And then Rab looked fat there. I was about this close saying something to that little bitch ass nigga.
What happened?
He always got to be the main one. I don't know nobody else, but he just here. He's laughing. I want to say, look, you little dick in the booty, bitch. Don't just from delete this shit.
You take the number?
Yeah, I say so. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I come out at 3 o'clock now.
Oh.
Yeah,
I said, soon I take the phone down.
I changed room. I changed room, so I mean, when I come out, I can call y'all. Yeah. Text your number real quick. Hey, yeah. I might have a text because you're gonna hang up if I call. Hello. Yeah. You say what now?
Hey, if they play the number, can you not put it on there?
Yes, sir.
I'm sure it's been called today.
It should not be there.
You said you said the whole thing on where?
It should not be there.
Okay, I'll just make sure.
They don't put it. When I say you everywhere,
Your Honor, is that okay if the phone number is played for privacy? It will be stopped. I don't believe it's played though.
Okay, we can redact that part from the record. But I guess given that this whole thing's being live streamed, we can just skip that part. Can
Okay.
we just skip over that part?
I don't think it's in there, but in case I'm wrong. It is? Okay. You'll do it? Thank you.
shade room, every damn well.
Yeah.
I know Trey said motherfucker was saying, I said Trey, they're blocking. You just know to be fucking ready. Somebody put up on you, just air their ass out.
So I
Fuck
think
this
we ain't gonna
shit.
do all that.
I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
Open that door. I don't care if you hot, go take a bath.
Yeah, man, I'm calling you and Keisha phone about 20 times. I'm worried the hell. Like, why the hell y'all ain't answer?
Cause soon I ain't thinking you gonna be calling me at 3 o'clock, so I put the phone down, go use the bathroom.
Yeah. Did you have put 25 on here? Your boyfriend said to give me?
I ain't did it yet. I booted it been boy. It's been
Yeah, nah, I just want to make sure I had some on here just in case it ran up. The key got the tail number block. When you get a chance, tell her take the number.
I forgot to say that bitch, that girl, like I'm gonna die, tell her.
What happened?
She don't know she's coming or going.
Huh? What?
I said she don't know if she's coming or going.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. You should have told her 50 number start test you at no damn 3 in the morning. This shit here crazy. What happened say? What you was saying? What you had to say about the video?
What video? What you said? What you said?
Yeah.
What you said? I didn't hear you. You said what I gotta say about it?
Yeah.
I mean, shit. What am I supposed to say? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I just.
I mean, I honestly don't know. I don't know. I'm just like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It just made me mad because I'm like, who the fuck put it out there for one? But shit, how they were saying like you ain't. I mean, what the shit? You that told them shit. Shit.
What it was saying? What it was saying?
It was just talked about the diamond shit in the hood. The club at the diamond.
What about it?
That's what they say. That's what they put out there. What you were saying about the hit at the diamond was tail.
Oh, word.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ain't nobody said that. Can't say that to you.
Nope.
Crazy. I know Trey called me yesterday, and fuck this shit. I'm about to get roast rail. Fuck this shit.
What happened?
He's my the boy for real poor that Johnny Brasco. I said you a real fuck boy.
Yeah, man, I ain't saying real. Trey called you yesterday and said, what?
He said they kept on coming in his DM.
Yeah. Damn, man. This shit here, but I ain't gonna lie to you. This shit got me so fucked up. I be depressed as hell, lately.
Fuck that shit.
I know now. I just calling y'all phone. Y'all ain't answer, so I like, they were.
Ain't nobody expect you to call at 3, and you know this is time Keisha go to work.
Yeah, that what Keisha just said. She was like, you know, she had to get what's that piece of her mind. She gave crazy, like, she's like, man. She told why she's on the phone, like, man, fuck hell, like, that mean, like, she just like, she gonna put some money on my foot and give you some money to put on the phone. I like shit, I hate. I like man, they put all the money on the phone, like. At the end of the day, shit, y'all motherfuckers ain't answer shit. My motherfucker goddamn, I'll grip to my Keisha, cause I know she be saying my call.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck she on.
Yeah, I can't call Keisha because Keisha got the what's name block. I try to call Deshaun, she ain't got the money on the phone. I try to call Trey.
She answered?
Nah, you know, I'm calling them for them to pay for the call, but they ain't answer.
Oh. Which one I supposed to been doing?
Huh?
What I supposed to been doing?
You ain't tell, I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know. They number is
Cause they ain't go be.
They ain't go to.
Why is it cold? You gotta cook the sauce.
Hello.
Yeah.
You say you ain't go to?
I said it went through, she ain't said that.
Yeah. Man. It ain't one thing, it's another one.
That's why you gotta keep that face, keep praying. Fuck with these motherfuckers saying it is what it is. So fuck them.
That's what I've been doing. I've been praying every day. You know what I mean? But she like, the more I pray, goddamn, the more the devil try to work with me.
Because he know you praying. He know you turning to God.
And I be like, man. But, I should have said, when you get a chance, prosecute, tell her ugly ass, she got the jail number blocked. And I will be tell you, they got, put her number on here and tell her she don't need to be sipping no other jail card, but this one.
Tequila.
Yeah. Because when you're in the kitchen, don't answer the phone, I don't have nobody else number on here to call.
I'm gonna put her number back on there.
Don't put her number back on here. They said,
Until she take it out.
yeah, she take it out. Try to put, I just try to kind of squeeze collect too. I thought he was gonna answer. It take it so long for him to pick up.
I thought she quit the number on there, so it shouldn't be collect.
Man, she squeezing on the answer. Like she just be quiet all the way too. So I be like, I don't be knowing.
Yeah. I'm trying to see that she if they deliver, she ain't saying anything.
Why people say, they motherfuckers like, what the little girls that you be calling?
They said all that on there, and she really mad because the lady said, "Why you want to be with their son?" And you were like, "Because she got 3 children." So she was like, "So you don't need to be with the other girl. She ain't for you." That's why she really mad.
Oh yeah.
Go get it up. All you worrying about is the money. You just trying to come and get the money. Who? The girl.
What girl?
Crazy.
You said what now?
That's all she worrying about, come and get the money.
What, they pay the jail card?
No. They played everything that was in the thing. They played it's not even 3 hours long. That was a lie. This shit was like 20 minutes long. And half the time you just in there. It wasn't 3 hours long, it was like 20 minutes.
What did it say about the money?
No, she was saying all she wanted was the money. That was her main concern. Aaliyah money, about the money. And you didn't really say her name. You just said that was your girl. And then they asked you when you was somewhere, you was like, I was at a girl house somewhere.
Yeah. Oh, it's not before I got locked up. I was at the girl house. Yeah.
And they was like, where's the he was like, we ain't together no more. She went through my phone. And then the other officer was like, shit, my girl goes to my phone. I'll be homeless soon.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah.
I'm not saying shit.
The motherfucker out there myself.
Let me tell you something. I went through the same thing. It was different. I'm talking about my situation. It was like the more I prayed, the more the shit was coming at me. I got on my knees and cried to God. Once I got on my knees and prayed and I cried, got all that off my chest, I was relieved. And then things started turning around for me.
Man, for real, like the way this shit going, like, man.
She said, tell him that when I asked him to tell me what was going on, he had every chance to. I shouldn't have to learn about shit from other people when I talk to him down there every day. But he want to be, bitch, fuck you, hoe. Fuck you talking about, bitch.
Keep reading.
What?
Keep reading.
I read what she said.
Oh.
She said, tell him that when I asked him to tell me what was going on, he had every chance to. I shouldn't have to learn about shit from other people when I talk to him down there every day. But if he want to be like that, then cool.
Say shit, I ain't been no way. Shit. Say, call it real quick. I ain't got time for this shit.
car because you ain't know the car.
Yeah. Now I had to turn the volume up. It seemed like when I turned the volume up it just do it more. That motherfucker that got issues.
Mm-hmm. Bitch, I'm not having no what.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
What the hell you be going out there for?
Because I'm waiting on Red to say something to me. Bitch, I'm ready for your faggot ass.
Oh, you see
And
him?
I'm ready for baby. Hell yeah, and his ass in the state. I said, fuck, boy, I'm sick of your pussy ass. He said, nigga, I ain't selling none of y'all motherfuckers.
Man,
Who?
yeah, nah. You ain't got it.
I'm just tired of rap. You don't know. Like, shut your faggot ass up. Bitch, he dressed you in fed your thirsty, dry ass, crusty lip, bitch. Baby, y'all come forward. I'm with it.
Man, hell no. Cause you ain't gonna make it worse. You know what I mean? It's what these people want. They putting this shit out there for people to feed out, but hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean? They want people to react to this shit. You know what I mean? Cause it's crazy. All the people they done locked up, they ain't putting nobody else interview out.
I know what we have. Baby girl, she's gonna look for a lawyer, and I am too, because like everybody said, this was a lawsuit. Y'all gonna put my life in danger? Like, come on, no, hell no. How the fuck is it leaked? Y'all gotta make it make sense.
The defense attorney.
Yeah. They come on. It's not very sick. The big thing very sick. I said, y'all come what is good? It's in the day. Won't say that dog come up here. Hold on, I'm merging in. Merging in.
Yeah. Hello.
You talking about what? What you talking about me?
Bro, you sitting here goddamn going off on me like it's my fault and shit. Like, come on, bro.
Because when I be asking you stuff, I be asking you for a reason. I shouldn't have to find out from other people.
Man, I told you in that postcard I sent you. I mean,
No, you didn't tell me nothing. No, that's not what you told me.
all right, bro. I ain't trying to argue with you. You know what I mean?
I wasn't trying to argue with you. That's why you called me. That's why I didn't talk to you the other day. I didn't want you to feel like
I ain't saying you did.
I wasn't trying to talk to you. I just didn't want to argue. Like, what?
I ain't saying you did or anything. I just said that shit, I ain't mad at you. Know what I mean? I can't shit, you ain't did nothing to me. Shit, I blame myself, thinking I got all the sense. Nah, this year backfired on me. Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm telling you, people doing this shit intentionally, it still ain't gonna make me touch you, bro.
I mean, I know that though, but my thing is, when I be asking you stuff, when I asked you last time,
Bro,
why you just don't tell me everything? Why you be?
We can't talk about this on the phone, right? Shit.
But you could tell me that.
To be honest with you, I didn't even know nothing about it. You know what I mean? Like, to be honest with you, I ask people what the hell, like, they got to tell me what the video say because I don't even remember what the
How
video
you
said.
don't know? You said it.
And then
How
why?
you know what you said?
Because I just told you, man, when I got locked up, man, I was just trying to say whatever got them to get these people to let me go. And shit, though I said backfired on me. At the end of the day, shit, they know it ain't nothing but some bullshit. That's why they putting it out there like this. Know what I mean? Shit.
I guess.
You say what?
I guess.
Shit.
I just trying to get you to like. I don't really care about it. That don't have nothing to do with it. I don't care about that. But I don't want to have to hear shit from other people or see shit from other people or be blindsided when I be on the couch all the time. So why you just gonna be telling me stuff?
If I
knew
anything about it, I wouldn't even.
How you don't know it? What?
You talking about what you talking about, the video?
I'm just talking about in general, like
Well,
after the first time it happened, right? And I was like, I don't know if it's too much going on, that's too much. In that moment, you should have been like, okay, I understand that. Also, X, Y, and Z can happen. X, Y, and Z can happen. This can happen. That can happen. They could do this. They could do this.
listen,
I
what I
know
told you, what
what's
me and you talked about was we can't talk about this on the phone. That's what me and you talked about. So when I tell
You
you
could have told
was
me that though.
what I told you was I said that these people been coming to me trying everything to get me to say okay
I know that.
well okay
I
but
know that though. But you could say certain stuff though.
yeah I ain't gonna lie to you. I've been
You
explaining
have
to
1 minute
everybody.
left.
I've been explaining to everybody
What?
all morning. Like I keep myself for the air. Like you know what I mean. Like for real. Like it's all bullshit. But I mean I can't blame nobody. Like that shit they got me so frustrated that these people trying everything. But I don't care. It still ain't gonna make me testify. You know what I mean? They're my whole mind. They only doing this shit. But I come out at 3 o'clock now. I gotta go in right now.
Okay.
The caller has hung up. Hello, this is a
Mr. Copeland, can you tell the jurors who, in relation to you, were you speaking with on that call?
My sister and a friend.
Okay. And during that call, did you hear your voice, yourself explain that you blame yourself for thinking that you have all the sense, but it backfired on you, that they are doing it intentionally, but it still won't make you testify? And you say you can't talk on the phone, but you don't remember what was in the video. You said when you got locked up, you were saying anything to get them to let you go. It backfired on you, and it's nothing but BS. You say the word, and that's what they're putting out there. Did you hear all that?
Yes.
I want to play with that focus from 16 minutes to 17:23 with the court's permission, the same exhibit number.
Dang, I just said that shit, I ain't mad at you. Know what I mean, I can't shit, you ain't did nothing to me. Shit, I blame myself, thinking I got all the sense. Nah, this shit backfired on me. Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you keep doing this shit intentionally, it still ain't gonna make me testify.
I mean, I know that though, but my thing is, when I be asking you stuff, when I asked you last time,
Bro,
why you just gonna tell me everything? Why you be?
We can't talk about this on the phone, right?
But you can tell me that.
To be honest with you, I didn't even know nothing about it. You know what I mean? Like, to be honest with you, I just ask people what the hell, like they had to tell me what the video say because I don't even remember what the
How
video
you
said.
don't know? You said it.
And
How
that's
you
why,
know what you say?
because I just told you, man, when I got locked up, man, I was trying to say whatever got them to get these people to let me go. And shit, that's why I said backfired on. At the end of the day, shit, they know it ain't nothing but some bullshit. That's why they putting it out there like that. Nah, I mean, shit.
Mr. Copeland, I'd also like to ask you whether you heard on this same exhibit recording that you said that that they, and you can explain who they is to the jurors if you don't mind, are coming at you to get you to say some stuff, and you explain that you say that you've been explaining to people all morning that you've kicked yourself in the backside or ASS, and you say that it's all BS and you can't blame anybody. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to play 1825 to the end. You're on.
If Ms. Combs said he heard it, I don't know why we're replaying, so I have an objection to replaying it, if he said he heard it.
It is so hard for the jurors, in my opinion.
Well, you just read what you said was said and he affirmed it, so we don't need to hear it again.
Mr. Copeland, this is going to be Mr. Williams or JW 250B. So I'm going backwards, but B as in Barry, and this is Your Honor, this is going to be February 19th, so the same day, 2023. About a few minutes later, it's at begins at 4:20 p.m.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at Fayette County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello.
They won't let you call back again?
Yeah, I called back. Yeah, that's why I'm gonna call back again.
I told her that. I said it must won't let him call back.
Yeah, tell her to call me.
Mm.
I don't know what the hell.
Zion.
Hey.
I'm at 8.
Your car's gonna be going through. They go through. They going through. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
That's straight. Anyway.
Wonder why I y'all don't hack my phone. Y'all hack my mobile phone.
Oh shit. I ain't man, I don't even know nothing about this on this video. Yeah.
Oh, hold on, y'all. Put it over
I
there.
don't know nothing about the video.
What you mean?
Like the interview.
Put it right there. What you mean you don't know nothing about it?
Like shit. I just was like shit when you shit y'all telling me, yeah. Like y'all gotta refresh my memory.
Oh, hold on. She's on there.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, this damn regular ass phone, man.
I like to see you go back in.
Shit ain't open the door, so I'm still out.
Oh.
They told me to go in, but shit, they ain't open the door.
Yeah.
But well, all I'm saying here, bro, I didn't get mad at you. I mean,
You said what?
I said all I was just telling you, I didn't get mad at you.
Yes, you did come out and tell her you made her mind up.
You did.
No, I didn't. No.
Yeah, because I'm saying I was gonna tell her to say, you don't have to explain yourself, but I just like shit. You just don't.
I want to explain myself.
Basically, you said the same thing twice. I'm like,
No, I did say, because also you didn't understand what I was saying first time, so I reiterated what I said.
no, I understood what you said the first time. I mean, I didn't. I just like, shit. Like I told her, shit, man. That what happened when I think I got out of the scene. I ain't really think this shit was gonna go there far. You know what I mean? Because shit, they knew I was bullshitting. Well, but shit got me mad as hell.
Yeah.
But I was just calling you back, bro. I ain't gonna hold you up.
Why you come out at 3 now?
Huh?
I said, why you come out at 3 now?
Because I didn't want to come out at 12 no more. I only came out at 12, so I called my lawyer and shit. But I be having other people that be wanting me to call them, but they be wanting me to call them later. So I said, I just try to come out, change time I come out.
So did you, they ever came down there? The lawyer ever came down there?
Tuesday.
Oh.
That's why when it's just crazy, all this shit going on, they ain't putting nobody else out there. They just trying to make it seem like it's me because, you know what I mean, they feel like this shit was gonna break.
Yeah.
Man, I don't care, man. And shit, don't never make me mad and mad. I ain't blame nobody but myself.
Yeah,
I ain't never worried about no
I got
nothing.
one. You said what?
Nah, I'm saying I ain't never worried about how nobody thinks about me or feel. Shit.
I'm not. That's not what I be saying though.
I'm just saying. What you be saying then? I heard what you be saying. You ain't gotta keep repeating that.
Exactly. Because what I'm saying is very simple.
I don't know what you be making me say. Hello.
Yeah.
You ain't got nothing to say.
I done said this 1,000 times. Like,
You ain't gotta keep repeating that. I just said you ain't had anything to say. I ain't say keep repeating yourself.
I really want to know stuff like that I'm supposed to know. That's all.
That you supposed to know.
Yeah.
And how the hell I know what you supposed to know?
Then tell me everything if you don't know what I'm supposed to know. Then don't that sound like common sense?
Who talking to you like that? Yeah, bro, you laughing, bro. This shit here, man. This shit got me so mad myself, man.
You be acting like you don't be remembering stuff or remember what you be doing. Like, how you do?
You be
Remember
thinking I
that?
be playing. You think I be playing? I be dead ass serious.
So you don't remember you? Huh?
Good. Let me tell you something about me, bro. When these motherfuckers locked me up, bro, and they got me. If I wanted to get anybody locked up or say anything, I could have started out by saying who the gun belongs to. Like, I'm sitting in jail for another nigga gun. You know what I mean? So a lot of people look at that video or the interview and they be thinking like, oh damn, this what's going on. And my imagination is crazy. Like, I put the shit together in the heart and get what? And try to talk my way out of it. If it didn't work, it didn't work. Shit, at the end of the day, it ain't nothing.
That's a problem that you talk too much. You sometimes you need to shut up.
But now when I tell you, now you saying shit up.
No, I'm just saying, like, in general, like, sometimes you just shut the fuck up, talk too much.
Wow, you don't think I'll kick myself on the head for this?
I don't know what you, shit, you probably got some more shit up your sleeve.
Say it again?
I said, I don't know, you probably got some more stuff up your sleeve.
Nah, if I had most of them on my sleeve, I would have been out of jail in December. I ain't sitting in jail because I'm scared to get out or whatever. I'm sitting in jail because it's only one reason they want to let me. It's only one reason they saying they'll let me go.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, shit, what done is done. It can't be taken back. Still ain't changing my mind frame. So motherfuckers say whatever they want to say. I don't do shit for people. Shit. Trust and believe me, the motherfucker gonna think and say what they have to say about me regardless. So in that case, I could just easily call my lawyer and be like, hey, yeah, fuck it, I give up. Let me out.
Yeah.
So I don't care, bro. I mean, long nigga don't cross that line, man. I ain't tripping.
Okay.
Yes. Hello?
Crazy girl. Yeah.
Tell me about it.
She's not funny.
I'm not laughing, bro. I'm just.
It's not funny.
Trust me, I know it. You ain't gotta tell me it ain't you.
Yeah, I could just be sitting somewhere minding my business. Maybe I could be minding my business. I'd be like, huh? They say what?
Nobody
You don't listen to me. Go ahead.
Nobody know you be talking to me, so what you talking about?
I'm saying I could be sitting somewhere minding my business and sitting somewhere like doing something, and I can overhear a conversation. I'd be like, huh? What they say? that I gotta go look this shit up for myself to see what's going on.
Guess what? If I don't call nobody on the phone, I don't even know. If I called my sister, she told me, I'm like, what? Yeah, I called somebody else, and he was telling me, I'm like, wow. I mean, like, shit. These people desperate, you know what I mean? Like I like to tell him is, just pay attention to this shit. Look at what they doing. Everybody who went to court and agreed to say whatever they said, they ain't putting none of their interviews out. They ain't putting none of their statements out. They ain't putting nobody out there but me. Because they trying to make this shit to seem like me and him. When they came up here and see me, they try to tell me, we want to know about, hey man, listen, I just want to know why I ain't going to court, why I ain't getting out. I don't know nothing about nobody. I made all this shit up, trying to finish my way out of jail, and they ain't do nothing, make it hard on myself. And you know what motherfucker did? They ended the interview and left, because it ain't what they wanted to hear.
Yeah.
So I just like, all right, I go through this shit, you know what I mean? This shit in life, you know what I mean? But before I sit there and be the reason what somebody else down for, this ain't me. They trying to make this shit, they trying to make it seem like this and then third.
You're not making no. You didn't make it no better.
I did it. I didn't even, for real, but I didn't even, man. It's just not, like I said, I thought I had all the sense, start this shit, but they'll believe what I say and let me go.
Mm-hmm.
This shit ain't work. But
Okay.
anything else you want to know before I let you go on about your business?
Anything else you want to tell me before I go about my business?
You got them, you kept me up and you got everything to say, like shit, like I be here pretty deep.
I come to you off.
Nah, you ain't jumping out. I just
Exactly. I didn't even say nothing, but I knew that the other day I was upset. So if I got on the phone with you, I knew it was gonna make shit worse because I was in a bad mood. So I just told her I don't want to talk right now.
But let me tell you, but I ain't, like I said, but I wasn't mad at you. I was more mad at myself. You know what I mean? Because I said, for real, I knew better.
What?
I knew better. But like I said, I don't care. They shit don't do nothing. It just give me, I ain't gonna lie, it made me mad right now, but it just give me more strength.
Mm-mm. So, now I do got most stuff to ask you, but I can't ask you.
You can ask me. It just up to me to answer. If I feel like I can't answer you, then I won't answer.
No, I'm not asking that.
Right. So that means don't sit there and say I won't be telling you stuff if I told you the answer.
But certain stuff you can't tell me.
That's what I said. If you ask me certain stuff, I'm gonna answer or I'm not gonna answer.
No, I should just tell you. I could.
Say it again.
No.
It's crazy. But I just said it's crazy. I know one. Whatever going on, going happen in court, there's gonna be some people ain't expecting. I mean, this shit ain't gonna have nothing to do with me.
What?
Shit. They just got there. They just trying to keep their attention on me.
Could you put yourself in it to begin with?
Only if you knew.
I know a lot, actually.
I know you. I didn't know you knew more than you couldn't know. Well, no, you really don't. A lot of people don't know what's really going on.
Yes, I do know. There you go, tell me.
Cause
You don't know what's going on.
I don't. I ain't when it comes to certain stuff. When it comes to certain stuff, yeah, but
Mm-mm-mm. You be stressing me out.
I be stressing myself out, bro. This shit here, man. This shit here ridiculous. This shit here ridiculous.
And that just gonna take so long to do.
Huh?
But they gonna keep you in there this whole time.
Nah, I go to court this week right here. It's coming up.
Man, he's not going to damn court.
Now the judge has said
What court you going to?
where court I'm going to?
And who gonna come get you?
My sister.
Nah, the way you be stressing her out, she ain't coming to get you.
Man, well, I just had to call her phone like 20 times for her to answer. I'm like, man, what the fuck? What, for real? I'm like, boy, this year crazy. This year, man. I'm so mad with myself, bro.
Yeah, you need to be.
I am. Because I knew these motherfuckers going to try to find some type of way to treat me. But it's okay.
I fell right into it.
I didn't fall into it. I did it to myself from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But it's okay. I ain't gonna lie.
You're not going to court, though.
Huh?
You're not going to court.
Why you say that?
They ain't been taking you?
Yeah, but it's the third time, so if the judge concerned about it, they gave me 2 court dates in the same month. Why the hell they gonna do that if they not gonna bring me? But like you said, shit, after they did that right there, I'm pretty sure they probably gonna let me out.
Mm-mm.
But I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping. This shit ain't doing
No,
nothing.
what, they gonna try to keep you in there the whole time? While they having trial? That's crazy.
They man, this shit. It really shit is against the law, but they put me in front of the judge. I'm sure I'm gonna speak up. I'm explaining to the judge exactly what these people doing. Like, ain't no in here they gonna be holding me in jail. Huh?
You're always trying to explain something to somebody.
Yeah. You're right. I'm dumb.
Golly. Why you in the situation you in now? Always trying to plead your case.
I be thinking I be having all the sense.
You don't?
I don't have none at all.
At all?
I know that.
I don't know who made you take that from.
I had a fucked up way of thinking like, shit, but if I got down, if I allow this motherfucker right here, I know they're not gonna touch this motherfucker or do nothing. And
Oh, hell no.
say what?
Hey, Susan.
Then I really feel like they got motherfuckers in here, goddamn, working for them.
You work for them.
I do. I ain't last.
You have 1 minute left.
Oh my God. I can't laugh now.
Nah, because you really made me goddamn, you know what I mean?
I made you wait.
Nah, I just like shit. It is what it is, bro. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna let these people goddamn, I don't work nobody. Let these motherfuckers get me.
Huh?
Nah, I just say I ain't letting these motherfuckers get to me. But I ain't gonna keep holding you up, bro. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to hear that shit you talking about. You trying to get beside you.
I'm just joking.
I No, you ain't. You be saying laughing at you.
All right, I was just thinking.
Yeah, all right then. Joaquin, don't be sorry.
Okay, good.
The caller has hung up.
Mr. Copeland and Jeffrey Williams, 250B as in Barry. Did you hear, and it's at the 4:10 mark starting, you said that you didn't think that this SHI, I'm just not saying the word, blank, was going to go that far, and that they, meaning the prosecution, the police, knew that you were BSing. Did you hear you say that?
Yes,
I want to ask you also, did you hear in this February 19, 2023 recorded call? And by the way, tell the jurors who you're speaking with in relation to you.
a friend.
Did you hear you discuss and you say that this is crazy? You tried to talk your way out of it. It didn't work. Your friend says that that's the problem, is that you talk too much and that you need to be quiet. She says it a different term. And you ask, you say that doesn't your friend realize that you're kicking yourself in the backside or ASS for that? Did you hear that?
Yes,
And that you're sitting in jail. There's only one reason that they will let you out, meaning the police and the prosecutors. Is that who you're referring to?
yes,
And you said what's done is done. You can't take it back. Did you hear you say something to that effect?
yes,
Okay. Did you hear on this recorded call that you said that they didn't put anybody else out there but you? They are trying to make it seem like it's you and Thug. You said that when they came to see you, they asked about it. You just wanted to know why you weren't going to court. You don't know anything about anybody else. You said you told the police and the prosecutors you made all of this SHI blank up to try to finesse your way out of jail. Did you hear something to that effect?
yes.
And who is the person, when you said when they came to see you, who are you referring to?
Them two right there.
And when you say them two, the two prosecutors sitting at the front table before the Honorable Judge Whitaker,
Yes.
Ms. Hilton,
Huh?
Ms. Hilton?
And Miss Love.
Okay. And did you tell them back in 2023 that what you said previously was to finesse your way out of jail and it's untrue?
Yes,
Did you make that clear?
yes,
Did they come visit you at the Fayette County Jail?
yes,
Did you hear on this recording, you then said that they ended the interview and left because you weren't doing what they wanted to hear? Did you hear that?
yes,
And you're talking same as two prosecutors that sit before the jury every day?
yes,
Did you hear yourself say that you thought that they would believe what you said back in 2015 and let you go, but it didn't work? Did you hear something to that effect?
yes.
Who is the they? Who are you, when you say, I thought that they would believe what I said and let you go? Who are you referring to?
The police,
Okay.
the gang unit.
And the jurors know who they are, but the same people that's been on the videos,
Yes,
and Detective Thorpe, I assume, if I'm wrong, just
yes,
say. Okay, and Agent Cunningham.
yes,
Did you hear, and this is at 17:50 start time on the same Jeffrey Williams 250B as in Barry? Did you hear you say that you have effed up? You have an effed up way of thinking. You think that you have all the sense, but you don't have any. Your friend agrees. You say you had an effed up way of thinking. You thought that if you lied on that MF, I'm not saying the word, but MF, they wouldn't touch him or do anything. Do you remember hearing that?
yes.
Who is the MF you're referring to? If you lied on the MF, who are you pointing at?
The
Thug. Okay. And you made that clear to these prosecutors and the police.
yes,
you mentioned in the last recording that the jurors heard, as well as this recording, there was a lot of talk about a video. Do you know what I'm referring to? There's a lot of talk
Yes.
about the video getting attention. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what you are referring to on your calls that we just heard.
Interrogation footage, video.
And was it one of the ones that we saw or the jurors saw in this courtroom before the Honorable Judge Whitaker?
Yes.
And when you say, when you're talking and your friend is saying, you know, people are talking about it, you heard all those conversations, right? On the
Yes.
recording? Do you know who put that video on the internet during this, before this trial started?
I don't know who did it.
Do you have a belief who did it?
Yes.
And who are you referring to who did that?
Objection, relevance, who he believes.
Goes to his state of
And
mind.
speculation.
Goes to his state of mind on the conversations that he's referring to, puts it in context.
I'll allow it.
Who did you believe put out the videos on the internet of your interrogation, or the video?
The state.
And by the state, the same people you've been referring to?
I can't say specific if it was them, but the state did it.
Okay. And what did that have an effect on you or your family when you believe the state of Georgia put out your interrogation?
Well, they believe I be, if everybody say I'm a snitch, you know, this and then third, they believe that I'd be like, okay, and just do what they want me to do.
And is that, there's a mention in the last recording that your friend was saying, or your sister, we're getting a lawyer, they put us in harm's way. Was that a lawyer for what?
To go out to the state.
For putting that video out?
Yes. To see who put it up.
Okay. I'd like to go to,
Would this be a good time for a break?
sure.
Okay, let's take a bathroom break.
For how long? How long?
Oh, 10 minutes. All right, we'll take about 10 minutes.
Your Honor, I'd like to, Honorable Court's permission, play Jeffrey Williams or JW 250. Your Honor, this is D as in David. It's February 21, 2023 at 8:01 p.m. Fayette County Jail call.
Thank
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at Fayette County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number to accept charges and consent to the thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello,
Yeah.
my brother didn't call.
Yeah, he was calling, he was on the phone with Trey.
Call him real quick.
I'm saying he can call now.
Huh?
I told him he can call now.
Yeah.
Now I don't feel like going to sleep no damn serious.
But I ain't
I'm
gonna
going
lie.
to fall asleep.
My head just started hurting bad as hell. Shit just made me feel better though. I be feeling like I be getting.
Because you worry about what the street say for the street. Ain't lie. We're gonna fuck with you because of you. Everybody else fuck them. Fuck that whole.
It's a court situation, man. You know what I mean? Like it's just like
Let me tell you something. God gonna let you out in the right time. Hold on, he calling. You just gotta trust that shit and believe it. Have faith. When you pray about everything.
click him in. Why can't
Cry
you?
that shit out to God.
Yeah, you can say that while you click him in. Crazy girl.
Mhm.
Yeah, you can. Hello.
I'm saying before y'all start talking. You rude, that's why I can't stand talking to you. But I'm done.
Nah,
Go
I will
ahead.
tell you to click him in and say that when you click him in.
I did. Shut up.
Yo.
I was telling her to finish saying what she was saying when she kicked you in. She taking over being all rude. What's up, man?
No shit, what's going on, boy?
Man, these folks doing, they trying everything in their power to try to goddamn break a nigga, man.
Yeah, they got their own kind of shit going on the internet, boy.
Yeah, my sister was telling me, I was like, man, they don't put me on a goddamn some type of lockdown where I come out hey, this time now.
Yeah.
Yeah. All people come out is like the 113. They got like they call themselves Viper here. They bring out, but they let me come out. They ain't in here.
What the hell they chop that shit up or something? Like, I'm trying to see like what the hell, you know what I mean? They got a part, man, on that motherfucker. They chop that motherfucker up.
What you say?
That
Come out.
shit.
What you talking about? Tell me.
To my with the they saying that shit to my y'all let me go right now. Man, he said I go right to him. He said I go right to him. My sister.
Yeah.
To my kids situation.
Man.
To my yeah. When they're like, what is you think? Ain't gonna say no name, but y'all, you know, whatever part that shit, man.
Yeah. They just try whatever, man. So I was like, I just had to face it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I got something
This shit for the, oh, man. You said you talked to the lawyer.
Man, I got court in the morning. This nigga did text my sister, tell her that
Yeah, they still trying to get you to, they still trying to get you to go to court and what that shit.
so I go to my arraignment.
Hold on. We even think about that. My people that came into the office.
Yeah.
People came into my office.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
But he said I'm going to court to not just this shit.
Yeah. So what I'm saying, like, what the charge? They still doing the old time? They still got
It's so far on driver with suspended license and reckless driving. So I'm like,
Yeah.
damn, man, you been talking about you been telling me the whole time you're gonna try to ask for a bond, but now you tell me sister that you gonna enter not guilty plea in the morning. But they gonna do it on Zoom. He said he went to the judge to make sure that they come get me to bring me to court. And then he held up later and was like, we gonna have court on Zoom. So,
Yeah, but the way that shit, they ain't even worried about them charges. They trying to get you. They trying to get you. At the end of the day, them charges, they're just a goddamn, them old charges, that shit just a goddamn, what you call that shit, like a, huh?
15 months, no bond.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They, you know what, it's like they gonna keep putting them charges up to hold you and hope you know what I mean? Cause the way they doing that shit, bro, the way they put the shit out there like that shit ain't, you know what I mean? It's like they got an agenda, bro. Like, they saying okay, motherfucker, you talking about you ain't gonna talk. This is what we got to do. Oh, you ain't gonna come. That's what we gonna keep putting this shit out there to make you feel like, you know what I mean? To make everybody, like, they just shit. They going crazy with that shit, bro.
Yeah, I told her there was that ammunition. I'm like, shit, you know what I mean? Like, I ain't tripping. Shit.
Yeah.
Like, man, you know, shit get goddamn crazy. I keep trying to contact his lawyer, and I'm telling him, like, look, you say you gonna come see me today. You ain't come see me today. You know what I mean? Then he just playing too many games, and now they done put me on this damn ass lockdown. And I ain't even gonna be able to get in touch with this nigga. Like, I ain't gonna be able to talk to him unless he answers the phone after 7 o'clock. So, like,
Yeah.
So, like, man, and my sister did you call? I had to tell her to goddamn let you know, goddamn, I be out there anytime 'cause I know you get at work. So,
Yeah.
I ain't know if you can answer.
Yeah. Cause I hit up and I was like, hey, you know, I always want to know how you doing. And I especially when I be seeing shit, I be feeling like, damn, I ain't want him to be on this in this stress and shit like that. You feel me?
Man, stress ain't the word. I'm like,
I know,
it made me
man.
angry. Like,
Huh?
I said she just made me angry.
Yeah. Man, that shit, they got that shit. They got that shit. Then they just play like 2 minutes, 3 minutes of that shit. You feel me? Like, I don't want to lose, blah, that shit on.
Yeah, but
that shit's so crazy. Motherfuckers all jump on. I don't even know how the fuck they even find them pictures on my page. They all under that motherfucker going crazy. I ain't even commented back on that. Like, oh, you was his mentor. So you ain't told him something? I'm like, I just seen that shit today. They must have did that shit a couple of days ago or something. I'm like, how the fuck these folks found my shit? What the hell? I don't even, who the hell is y'all?
Man, crazy thing about Bill, but she, I know they mad because, you know what I mean, they feel like, like, you know how you got a dog, that motherfucker see his tail, that motherfucker be shaking his tail.
Yeah.
They feel like they what I did. I made them chase their tail. Yeah. So now they trying to show a motherfucker like, oh, okay, you wanna play a game with it? Cause listen, bro, they came to me when I first got locked up. They offered me 1 year in jail, no probation, no papers, no nothing. I turned this shit down. I turned them down every time they came to me. I turned them down. Tell my lawyer, no, turn them down. Now my lawyer tell them, he finally tell them, look, they cannot contact me at all. And we don't want to talk to them, do no negotiating with them or nothing. Now all of a sudden this shit they pop up.
Yeah. The other number you were saying, the other supposed to come holler at you?
Yeah.
Here, they ain't never come?
Nah, I told my lawyer like when this shit I told him like, oh man, I don't want to talk to nobody. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, at the end of the day.
Yeah, like everybody trying to trap you right now.
Yeah, so I just like at the end of the day, I don't want to talk to nobody. 'Cause I'm not gonna put myself in a worse situation. I'm just gonna face these choices I'm locked up for, and just, you know what I mean, deal with it, with whatever comes. If they drag me to court, I got my Fifth Amendment rights. I'm gonna take the fifth, and then I'm gonna go from there. You know what I mean? I don't want to talk to nobody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I was trying to think around you. You know, I was trying to think of all kind of shit myself. So, I ain't even gonna lie.
Yeah, I be
I
so
was thinking,
paranoid. Shit, I just be like, man, I don't know what is what, who's who. Like,
yeah.
everything
Best
thing
damn
about
way to
it,
be.
motherfuckers fail to realize that if you look at anything that was said, no, ain't nothing that was said, motherfucker was charged. So if was
Yeah.
paid attention to it, you see, I was saying anything, but the main thing I kept saying was,
Yeah.
so shit, they let me go, then
Yeah.
I was out of there. But I mean,
Yeah.
he wasn't going for that.
But see, yeah, see, and you know, just the public, just people don't know all that though. Like people that's close to you in your circle or something, they know. But far as the public world, like they don't know that. All they know is what they see. They don't even know. They don't know what's going on. All they know is what they hear from the media, what they see, and what they hear in court. For real. So they, they just take everything and run with it.
Exactly, like everybody on this shit. Yeah, everybody there, all the niggas on show please and point the finger. They ain't nobody focused on none of it. They only focus on me. Like, man, look at this.
Yeah. And it's because of how they putting that shit out there like that. Like they putting pieces in the video out there, and they try to get just the worst part of that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like, come on right now, y'all let me go. Y'all catch them in the act. I leave y'all there, and y'all catch them, y'all follow, and y'all arrest them in. Like, y'all mean they put that part on that motherfucker.
Yeah.
You feel me? Like it just. They try. But remember, I used to always tell you, bro, that's the only thing that gotta be. Because remember, I like, boy, if anything ever happens, you got a right to that discovery. That's the only thing I was always fearing, man.
Man, this is my whole thing here. I feel shit. I just like.
Well, at the end of the day, I feel like I'm more, I feel like fuck him regardless. It ain't about, him, fuck him. You feel me? It ain't about him kind of at the end of the day shit. It's like, it's like what they putting you through right now. You feel me?
Yeah.
I ain't feeling sorry for him, not him. I'm feeling sorry for you, you feel me?
Yeah.
Like, shit, at the end of the day, shit.
Yeah, my whole thing, fuck them. I feel that way too. I don't care nothing about them, but my thing is with these kids, they doing this to me intentionally. So by them doing this to me intentionally, I'm like, okay, y'all gonna drag me, then okay, I'm gonna get drugged because I should allow myself to be put in this situation.
Yeah.
So I just like, this shit get hard. I get crazy as hell. But then I just remember everybody who's standing on my side, shit, that's the only thing that matters to me. I like fuck everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know the whole thing, like I be laughing to myself, but I be mad with myself too. Like I know better. You know what I mean? But it's crazy because motherfuckers don't pay attention to shit. If I wanted to tell, I could have easily tell if I had anything to tell about. Shit, just like still up on another nigga charges. I could have started. I could have started out right there. Shit.
Yeah.
So I just
Just try not to stress yourself, bro. Try not to.
It just only thing that begins to me the court part they be got discretion in, but everything else.
You say you go to court tomorrow?
Yeah, but the nigga saying I'm only going to court to see 9 years. I'm like, bro, listen. At this point, man, ask for a no-low plea, bro. They the judge. let's see what the judge try to give me. The judge might say time served. You know what I mean? Whatever, man. I'm just ready to get the hell up out of the way. Send this motherfucker Wayne on these people, man. This shit just.
So what time you go to court tomorrow?
Man, the crazy thing about it is, man, I don't even know. I know my
They
last
just come get you whenever.
man, they probably don't even come get me. They do this shit so much that I just be like, man, I don't even know.
Yeah. Hold on, man. Yeah, hold on. What you saying again?
What kid?
Hey,
look, I love you, bro.
just
I'm
give me
on tomorrow when I come out.
Yeah, I'm gonna catch you. Just give me 2 minutes. Hello?
Yeah,
What'd you say?
I'm gonna hit you tomorrow when I come out.
Yeah, man, keep walking in my office, man. Like, God damn, bro, y'all don't see a nigga goddamn, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit you tomorrow.
Yeah, hey, what you got it? You about to go in?
Yeah, my time up.
All right,
I got like 2 minutes. I got 2 minutes. So I could try to
2 minutes.
Yeah, head, you know my head up, nigga. You know what I mean? You do the same too.
Shit, I am, boy. I'm just waiting on much. Some shit to fall through, you know what I mean? Motherfuckers will have you waiting forever, bro. You motherfuckers will wait you, bro.
Yeah. Oh, I really be. Oh, I just be like, shit.
Yeah.
I be in the motherfuckers so goddamn spook. I be thinking, goddamn, they be goddamn. They have goddamn. Motherfuckers.
You already. It ain't no thinking. Shit, boy, it seems like how they motherfuckers. Boy, shit, ain't no thinking. I would be thinking, I would be knowing that shit. Somebody in this motherfucker.
Yeah, you know
ain't no way.
I just ain't trying to say it like that.
Yeah. Hey, that motherfucker trying hardball, boy.
Yeah, well, I tell you, like, and it's so crazy because they not beating around the bush with it. They straightforward.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
How the fam them talking? They talking their head and all kind of shit. The fam, like your sister and brother them.
Mine's here.
Huh?
Mine's here.
Yours.
Oh yeah. Yeah, my family did like shit. You know what I mean? Shit. As long as I just keep my head up. You know what I mean? This shit.
Okay.
Yeah. But now, listen, bro. When I told that motherfucker they wasting their time, bro, that lady looked like she wanted to get on her knees and beg me, please, bro. I just looked at her like, man, get out my face. Like, you know what I mean?
A lady? It was a lady?
The one who be in the courtroom, the deputy DA.
Oh, that name was?
Yeah, like, it was, man, she like,
yeah.
I guess they just determined. I like, man, listen, man, I made all this shit up, man. They trying to talk my way out of jail, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Man, motherfucker look at me like, man, I asked, like, shit, what you want me to say? What, we just want to know how it is going. I didn't go over these people, man. I'm from a whole nother neighborhood, like, but I ain't even put it forward. I'm just like, I look at it like, man, this shit, I wasting y'all time. You know what I mean? Because I heard motherfucker like, when they gonna try to talk to my attorney, and then they'll be coming back. I said, y'all be coming back for what? Y'all waste y'all time. Y'all might go find somebody else. She trying around like she not closing the door like you could have leave.
Yeah.
The motherfucker closing the door for 3 times, opening it back up like I was gonna change my mind. Like, man, come on. Yeah, shit. I done did 5 years. I done did 51 months in the feds. And I've been doing goddamn so much time in the damn state. Yeah. How
long you been locked up so far? Man,
15 months.
Boy, God damn. Oh, that's it, 15 months? It seems like longer than that, boy.
Nah, because I did 14 months, got out for 3 months, and then now I've been locked up 16 months.
You have 1 minute left.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. Shit be so crazy. Sometimes they don't even let my calls go through. I be calling home, goddamn, be wondering why my sister, be
Yeah.
hurt. And then they finally pick up the
Oh,
phone,
okay.
and that shit, only one call don't came through. I be like, man, wait, well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Shit, I'm about to go to the damn game tonight, man. I'm gonna go to this game and goddamn shit. Kick back with my old lady or something later on. She wanna go out to this little seafood spot, you feel me?
Yeah, but look, they got
Because,
well, shit. When I come out, I'm gonna tell her to text because when I tell her to call, every time she click over,
all right, bet.
all right,
All right, all right, you too.
all right, my kids.
Mr. Copeland, can you tell the jurors, just orient them, what relation was the people that we heard besides your voice on the recording?
My sister and a friend.
Okay. And the friend this time is a man. Sound like a man's voice. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did you hear you explain that you've made people mad and that they feel like you feel like you made them shake their tail when you first got locked up? They offered you a year in jail. You turned them down, and now your lawyer has told them not to contact you at all. And then all of a sudden, the video of the interrogation pops up. Do you remember hearing that?
I said, chase they tail.
Chase their tail. Okay. And who are the they that you're talking about when you say you think you made them mad?
Say that again.
Who is the they? Who is they when you say you think that you made them mad or chase their tail? Who are
The
you talking
police.
about? And then at 10:05 on JW 250D, as in David, did you hear yourself say that people failed to realize that if you look up at what was said, nobody was charged with what you said? Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
What were you referring to on that?
The 2015 interrogation.
And it's now February 21, 2023.
This year?
No, when this call was made, February 21,
Oh.
2023. So a year and a
Yeah.
half ago, maybe. Is that what you're referring to? That
And they call?
the length of time?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you remember hearing the same statement at the 10:05 that you would say anything? Your main thing was you were saying thug and was trying to let you go, trying to get them to let you go. And you said that if you would let go, you were out of there, but they weren't going for it. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
Do you remember a little later, you said that it is crazy that people don't pay attention. If you wanted to tell, you could have easily told if you had something to tell. You remember hearing that?
Yes.
Do you remember hearing at 17:20 that you explained that you told them people that they're wasting their time, and the lady acted like she wanted to get on her knees and beg and plead? You said you told them to get out of your face, and then the man asked which lady. Do you remember that?
Me love.
And then you said on the recording, the deputy DA. That's who you just pointed to.
Miss Love.
And you said you told them, Miss Love, that you made it all up trying to talk your way out of jail. Is that what you said on the recording?
Miss Love.
You told her that
Yes.
back in February 21 of 2023 and before that.
When she came see me at Fayetteville jail.
And then she wouldn't leave, and you said, what does she want you to say? Do you remember saying that?
Huh?
You asked her, meaning District Attorney Love, what does she want you to say? Remember hearing that?
Yes.
And then you said that they asked about how it was growing up, and you said, I didn't grow up with them. You're from a whole different neighborhood. Did you hear that?
Yes.
And you told Deputy District Attorney Love that she and the others are wasting their time.
Yes,
Who else was with Ms. Love?
Miss Hilton and the big guy, the big investigator. I can't think of his name right now. Long.
Investigator Long with the District Attorney's Office?
Yeah, I think it might be his name. But
Okay.
the big police, DA, whatever he is.
Okay. And you told Ms. Love, Ms. Hilton, and who you believe is investigator or police officer Long to go find someone else that they're wasting their time. Did you hear that on the recording?
Yes,
And that did happen?
yes,
And you said that the door, that she opened the door 3 times, like you were going to change your mind. Who are you referring to?
Miss Love.
And when you say open the door, just tell the jurors, like, what kind of room are you in?
A little small room.
Were you allowed to go in and out of the room on your own?
I was in jail.
So who was going in and out of the room like 3 times, opening the door? Who you?
Nah, she wasn't going in and out. They were leaving. I was complaining about my court. Every time I had to go to court, they weren't coming to get me to take me to court. So they kept holding me in jail, and I would miss my court, and they give me another court date, another month, like a month away. So she would ask me who my lawyer was, that she was gonna reach out to my lawyer and try to get them to get me in court. So if they were to help me get in court, would I cooperate? I said, get me in court and we'll see.
You wanted to get out of jail?
Yes.
Did you ever hide the fact from the district attorney's office or the police, once you were in federal custody, that everything you said was just to get out of jail? It was not true, it was a lie?
I don't understand it.
Okay. Once, I think you said, and tell me if I'm wrong, but I think you said, once June 10th, 2015, the interrogation that we've watched with the jurors,
Mm-hmm.
after that date,
Yes.
you go over to federal custody at Lovejoy
Yes.
Detention Center. You get charged with murder of Donovan Thomas in October 2015.
Yes.
You then go before Judge Totenberg, federal Judge Totenberg in
Yes.
the Northern District, Georgia, received 60 months in custody.
Well, actually, I fought my case for 40 months because the lawyers who I had represent me over there kept telling me that the prosecutor wanted to talk to me and they wouldn't fight for me. So I had to write letters to the judge asking for new lawyers. So I had to fire 2 lawyers because I kept telling them I didn't want to talk to them. I made it up. And then I didn't trust them. So it took me 2 years to file one. And then they gave me a 3rd lawyer. And when I got her, I just told her I want to plead guilty at this point because I've been in there for so long.
And when you said you wrote to the judge, you're talking about the Honorable Judge Totenberg,
Yes,
and you had what's called appointed lawyers. Some people say public defenders. Is that true?
they call them federal defenders.
Yes, sir. And they don't cost anything. They're great lawyers who don't cost anything, but they're assigned to people who can't afford a lawyer. Is that your understanding?
Yes, they free.
Did Jeffrey Williams ever pay in any of your court, any? You have a lot of court appearances. Did he ever pay for any of your lawyers?
No,
With regards to that time that you were going through Judge Totenberg to get the 3rd lawyer for 40 months and then you pled guilty to 60 months, which is 5 years, right?
yes,
You made it known to the district attorney's office of Fulton County through your lawyer that you made all of this up, that you lied.
I didn't talk to the district attorney when I was in the federal over there. It was the federal U.S. attorney kept telling my attorney that she wanted to talk to me.
And that you made it clear to the United States Attorney's Office, the lawyer for federal prosecutors, that this was all made up.
Well, the first lawyer tricked me down there. He tricked me into a proffer. When I got in there, I seen all the police, they locked me up. I was like, what the hell is this? And then they were like, they gonna step out. So they stepped out so I could talk to him. And I was like, bro, what is this? He's like, well, they feel leave you. You can help them with some information. I said, I don't got no information for them. And then I said, I lied and made this up. And I mean, try to finesse myself out of it. And now I'm in the feds.
So immediately after June 10th, 2015, consistently you said this is all a lie.
Right.
And you told the authorities, that whether federal or state police, district attorney's office.
Yeah, it wasn't, it was just they were like, contact your lawyer when you're ready to cooperate.
And this case in Fayette County that you were being held on, that's a Fulton County case, correct?
Yes.
How long were you in jail total till you can dispose of your Fulton County case that you were held in Fayette County?
Which one?
The one more recent, 2022, 2023.
You said, how long was I locked up?
Yeah.
I lost count.
And you just couldn't get into court.
Huh?
You just couldn't get into court.
Every time I had to go to court, they wouldn't come in to get me.
Was it made clear to you that you can get out of jail immediately if you just adopt your lies from 2015?
I don't know what
Do you
you're asking.
co-opt? That's a bad question. Let's forget that. Did you make it, was it made clear to you by District Attorney Hilton, District Attorney Love, or other people with this state that you can get out of jail at any time if you cooperated with them by saying what you said in 2015 was true?
I really I don't get what you're asking.
Okay, don't worry about it. I'm going to ask you something. I'm going to go into a different topic. I'm very focused, obviously, on Jeffrey Williams. You know, I represent him.
You say you what?
I represent Jeffrey Williams, right? You know,
Right.
I just want to make clear, when you told in that interview on June 10th, 2015, when you said that Mr. Garlington told you that Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Shannon Stillwell were in the vehicle that shot at and killed Donovan Thomas, was that true or was that part of this lie?
Yeah, I told him I made it up. He never told me they did it.
And you made that clear to the authorities as well.
I can't recall if I told them that, but I can't forward told them I made it up.
All right, I'd like to go through a jail call that the state played for you, Ms. Hilton played for you earlier this week. It's, Your Honor, it's already in evidence. It's State's Exhibit number 295Y. And specifically, Your Honor, starts at 128. And just to orient the jurors, this should be the 13th day of June of 2015. So 13th day of June 2015. And I believe you said that you're on the phone, and there's other people on the phone too, but Jeffrey's sister, you identified her, or she'd been identified as Max, and then Jeffrey in the background, maybe his voice on the phone, is on the call. I'd like to just play that short snippet, okay?
I can't hear nothing.
I don't think it's playing.
Hello.
Hello.
She be with it. And she be,
Hello.
Woody.
Yeah.
What's up, Woody?
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah. Lil Gerard is, yeah, he got a bun.
Huh?
Deshaun. Yeah. How much your bun is?
15,000. But I can go to a bun come about 1,500.
You found the bun company?
I'm on lockdown, so they don't let me out one time a day. But my brother now did.
Deshaun when he hang up, click on call his brother, and I'm gonna meet his brother so he can get his money. Is your brother gonna? No, I'm saying call his brother gonna sign it. Yeah, Deshaun, where you at?
I'm at home.
You don't got no ride.
I can get your book to bring.
Meet me on University.
On University where?
That gas station we always. You know what that gas station? Chevron. That's Chevron. Meet me at Chevron.
Hey, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, you ain't right, bro.
What did D do?
I'm gonna say too much, bro.
You somebody rock through D?
Yeah.
I told him. He told on Roscoe too. You think I'm fucking playing, bro? He told on Roscoe. He told on Roscoe just cause Roscoe ain't no fucking blood. And he don't give a fuck. Roscoe ain't free. Hey, D-Shot come meet you so you can get their money. Go and pay Woody Barnes so he can get out, bro. And when you get out, Woody, I need to have a serious talk to you because I really feel some type of way. I'm gonna talk to you about it so you get out.
Man, listen, man, don't start this shit, man.
I ain't playing with you. I ain't fucking playing with you either. God's fucking birthday on the way. Fuck wrong with you?
Yeah. I appreciate it. Tell you, bro, I love him too, bro.
He hear you.
You gotta get this motherfucking mind together.
He said you gotta get your mind together, bro, because you been tripping.
Man, how, bro? I been left out there alone, bro. I ain't had nobody, bro. I just felt like nigga left me out there. I ain't did shit.
You ain't left out there alone. You just want to be out there in the trenches. Bro, we ain't fucked up no more. You ain't got to be hanging out there in Cannonville.
Shit, I had no choice.
That way gonna get you time, Cannonville. Out there in them apartments. I keep telling you that.
Were you able to hear that?
Yes.
Okay. And that was, if you recognize the voice, that's the voice of Jeffrey's sister. You know her, I believe, is Max. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And she said that she asked about a bond, and you had a $15,000 bond through a bonding company,
Yes.
and that she would meet Mr. Sean Quarterman at the Chevron on University
Yes.
to help you, I guess, your family, you, to secure money for a bond. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you go through a bonding company, if you're familiar, do you know how much percentage, if you know, if you don't know, just say I don't know.
10%.
So $1,500?
Yes.
Do you know how much money was actually given, if you know?
I heard it say 700.
Okay, so about half.
Yes.
Half the money needed for bond. All right. And then did you hear Jeffrey's sister say you have a birthday coming up and she has to have a serious talk with you?
My little girl birthday was coming up.
I'm sorry. Okay. Did you hear that?
Yes.
And then did you hear Jeffrey say, and it was faint, but you said that tell Jeffrey you love him. He said, I love you too. You got to get your mind together. You are tripping. Did you hear that?
Yes.
And then you hear Max, the sister, say, we're not effed up no more. You got to get out of the streets. Did you hear all that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to go with you the Infinity. Also on that jail call, you heard, let me just go back to that jail call in State's Exhibit 295Y. Did you hear you say that little D is tripping? Did you hear something like that?
Yes,
And then Max said something like, he told on, I know him as Mr. Winfrey, but Roscoe, I think, is the name used. If I'm wrong, just correct me.
I heard that.
Okay. Did Jeffrey say anything about that?
I didn't hear him say nothing.
Okay. Now, I want to go back to the infinity. You made it clear when being questioned by Miss Hilton that infinity that you asked Jeffrey to rent it for you. Do you remember saying that?
I didn't hear you.
You didn't hear me?
No.
When Miss Hilton was asking you questions, you made it clear that infinity, the infinity vehicle, was rented. You asked Jeffrey to rent it for you. Do you remember testifying that way?
My this time?
Yeah.
I don't get what. Just ask me what you're asking. I don't.
Do you remember explaining, and I'm just asking for the truth, but do you remember explaining when questioned like when Miss Hilton was standing here asking you questions, do you remember explaining that the infinity, that you asked Jeffrey to rent the infinity for you? Do you remember saying that? If you don't, that's fine.
Yes.
And do you remember explaining that infinity was yours, that was for you, that Jeffrey did a favor? Do you remember explaining that?
I said we just get in anytime we want it.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I've marked as Jeffrey Williams number 253, because you gave, I thought, I may be wrong, but when I asked you about the infinity, I thought you told me something different. So I just want to see if this is true. Okay. This is
Just
from,
the counsel testifying about what he thought saw.
I apologize. I won't do that. The prior inconsistent statement, but okay. This is Jeffrey Williams 2, that's wrong. No, Jeffrey Williams 253, Your Honor, and this is from August 12th, 2024, questioning by Miss Hilton of Mr. Copeland, and it's from the live feed, Your Honor. It's a short clip. And just listen to this, and if it's wrong, just correct it.
I was only protecting him.
So when you told the detective about what happened the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, were you protecting threat?
Yes, I was gonna keep threat name out of it as much as possible.
Did threat have something to do with Donovan Thomas's murder?
I don't know what threat got something to do with it, but I know that they was the last person I gave that car to.
What car?
The car, the Infinity car. And I wasn't gonna say nothing about it.
What Infinity car did you give the threat?
The Infinity car that I had.
Okay. Is this the same car that you went to the rental car place with Thug and Thug rented the Infinity?
I'm talking about the gray Infinity car that me and Zachary was riding in. I wrecked the car, put up on threat, gave the car to threat, and I left.
Okay. Is this the same Infinity that you told police that you went to the Hertz rental car place with Thug when he rented the Infinity?
I just told you that I gave threat that car.
Ms.
I don't know.
Copeland, that's not what she asked. So listen to what she asked and then answer that as best you can.
You're saying you gave threat that Infinity. Is that what you're saying?
Hold on 1 second. Y'all just confused me. What you say, Yana?
Well, I wanted Ms. Hilton to ask the question clearly and you listen to it and answer it. So ask the question you asked him a minute ago, if that's what you want the answer to.
The Infinity that you're talking about, is that the Infinity that you went to the Atlanta airport with Thug when he rented the Infinity?
What you asking?
You're talking about an Infinity that you gave the threat, correct?
Right.
The Infinity that you're referring to, is that the Infinity that you went to the Atlanta airport with Thug when he rented the Infinity?
Yes,
Okay. And that was the car that Thug rented, correct?
I asked him to rent me a car, and I read the car, and I gave the car the threat.
When did you give the car the threat?
The same night I read it. The night before that happened.
For what happened?
The same night it happened. I can't remember. I gave the car the threat, and I left.
Where did you give the car the threat at?
At the studio.
What studio?
I pulled up and gave it to him and pulled right off.
What studio?
It was by Northside Drive, Marietta. It was one of them streets.
Was there anyone else at the studio when you gave the car?
I didn't go in the studio. I pulled up. I was pulling up, and I seen threat. I gave threat the car, jumped out of the car. It got in my car. My brother to come and get me.
And was this the date Donovan Thomas died? Was this a few days before? In relation to when Donovan Thomas died, when did you get threat this vehicle?
I gave threat the car. I read the car, gave it a threat.
So when you wrecked the car, why would you give threat a wrecked vehicle?
So I could. What you mean? It wasn't damaged bad. I don't know. I hit something on it, and then shit. The thing on the cover, it was tripping. So when I pulled up, I wasn't giving it to threat, but I just seen him standing outside. And I was like, he's like, what you about to do? I'm like, him, just get the key real quick. I'll be right back. Gave threat the car, and I dipped. I don't know if it was late. So when I woke up the next day, I came outside, and this when I heard what happened.
Okay.
Your Honor, it stopped at 451, I believe. In January, on January 7th of 2015, when that Infinity rental car was rented at the Atlanta airport, Mr. Copeland, did you have credit card that you could at that time rent a car?
I don't even have a driving license.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, and if you can't do it, just say I'm not good at distance. What is the driving distance, if you can do it, from where Donovan Thomas was shot to the Green Store? Can you give the jurors an idea of how close or how far that is?
Five minutes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk with you about the night of Donovan Thomas's shooting. Eventually that evening, is it true that you're at Jeffrey Williams' home?
I didn't hear you.
Were you at Jeffrey Williams' home at all after Donovan Thomas's shooting later that night or early the next morning, before you went to the police department?
I was all over the place.
Okay. Do you personally know whether Sprinter vans were already summoned to come and pick people up that evening to take them down to Miami for Jeffrey Williams to perform and do shows and work in the studio? And if you don't know, just say, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Every time we went with him, it just be like, spare the moment.
Okay. When you went to Miami, not the night of Donovan Thomas's killing, not the next day, but the next day. And if you don't remember, or I'm wrong, just correct me. You went with Miss Quarterman, Deshaun Quarterman, and your child. Is that true?
To my when I went to Miami.
Yes, sir. After Donovan Thomas's shooting, a couple of days later.
Yes. It was just me, my baby mama, and my little girl.
And do you remember if you flew to Miami or you drove?
We had to drive because I don't think I ever caught a plane with her.
Okay. And do you know how you got there? Meaning, did somebody drive you like in a Sprinter van or another vehicle, or did you have a car access to you, or do you know?
I can't remember how we drove down there, but I know we drove down there. I don't know if it was a Sprinter, a van, I can't remember how I got down there.
Okay. And is it true that immediately after Donovan Thomas was, God forbid, killed, that your family, you and your family's homes and persons were being shot at?
What do you mean?
You left the Atlanta, Georgia area for safety. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
The detective told me to leave.
And was it Detective Thorpe? Do you remember?
Yes.
Okay. And did Jeffrey give you any money for that trip and pay for anything, hotel room, anything like that?
No.
Did Jeffrey ever give you any money ever for committing a crime for him?
I never committed a crime for him.
That was my next question. Okay. You had a lot of contact, it appears, what the jurors heard with Detective Gaither, Detective Thorpe. It was just telephone calls. You could text them. They could text you. They could call you. Is that fair to say before, obviously, June 11th, 2015, before you got incarcerated and continually for 50,
yes,
60 months, 51 months? Have the prosecutor and the police ever showed you any recordings of any of those calls that you had with them besides the interrogations that we had?
My first time ever seeing these two was during this trial right here. I never talked to nobody outside of these two right here.
Okay, and when these two, you mean Miss Hilton, Miss Love?
Yes.
I'm talking, and I appreciate that. I'm talking about Detective Gaither, Detective Thorpe, and all those communications, Detective Dennis. Did anyone ever show you, let you listen to any of the recordings that you had with every time that you met with them? Did you ever have that outside of these video, audio?
No.
Did you ever see a report that was shown to you, hey, you said this on this date?
No.
Yeah, I may have just a minute. I have no other question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Weinstein, I think you indicated you might have a fairly short cross-examination. Go ahead. All right, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Copeland.
Good morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein. I'm Diamante Kendrick's attorney. I think you know him as Yak, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when I refer to him, I'll just call him Yak. I know you weren't feeling well yesterday. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling better. Thank you.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm not going to ask you a lot of questions about years ago because it's been about 9 years. I can't remember what I had for lunch yesterday.
Mhm.
But I will ask you a few. So let's talk about 9 years ago. You've stated repeatedly that you would tell the police anything to stay out of jail, right?
Yes,
You said yesterday, tell me if you remember this. You said yesterday, quote, Rice Street is not prisoner jail. I don't know what that place is. It's the worst place in the world. Do you remember saying that?
it is,
Why do you say that?
because it's the worst place in the world.
Okay.
That I don't been to.
Okay. So let's talk about finessing the police. Okay. I think you've heard the word, I'm just going to say it once. You've heard the word bullshit a bunch the past couple of days.
Right.
So we'll just say BS. Is that basically what you were telling the police, BS?
Yes.
So you're a bullshit artist. You're a BS artist at
As
the
you can
time.
see.
I'm sorry.
I said, as you can see.
Okay. Or at least you were several years ago, correct?
And I told them that.
Okay. And you would stay at a jail to help yourself because you didn't want to be in there, correct?
Right.
And you wanted to stay at a jail to help your family, your girlfriend, your daughter, correct?
To protect them.
To protect them.
Yes.
Okay. And again, you'd say anything to stay at a jail so you could protect them. So when you said that you heard things from Mr. Garlington, from Lil D, about what them guys shot Thug, that was a lie, correct?
It was.
And about Yak being a driver, that was a lie, correct?
It was.
When you would tell these lies, I think you testified earlier that what you would do is sprinkle in like a few grains of truth in the lie. Is that correct?
It's the only way you can be convincing.
Can you explain to the jury that technique that you would use?
All right. You hear stuff, you know what's true, and you know what's not true. So you take this right here and put it with that right there.
And you would, have you finished your answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which one? I'm going into details?
Well, no, I think that's a good description. Unless you want to go into more detail, you're free to do that.
I'm trying to get out of here, so I don't want to.
Yeah, I don't want to keep you too much longer either. So, again, those things that you said were lies about Yak. The reality is that you told the prosecutors, these two prosecutors here on my left, you told them before June 7th of this year that what you had told the police, what you told those detectives in 2015 was a lie.
I told them when they came to see me that, yes.
And you told them on June 7th it was a lie. June 7th of this year. That was that Friday.
I don't know. When y'all go to using dates,
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't say what date, but I told them.
And the date I'm referring to, if this helps you at all, is that first Friday that you came to court here on this case. You told them it was a lie on that date.
I can't say what I told them. I can't say what date.
Okay. And after they sent you away to jail for the weekend and you came back on that Monday, you told them it was a lie, that you had lied back in 2015 as well, correct?
I don't understand it.
Okay. Well, I'll take that question back. All right. I don't want to confuse you.
All right.
Okay. I recall earlier in your testimony, you said something to the effect, and these aren't your exact words, but you said, my hand to God, you're telling the truth now. What you said back in 2015 was a lie. Do you remember saying that?
And I still am saying it.
That what you're saying on the stand today is the truth.
Yes.
I was watching an interview you gave. Tell me if you remember giving an interview. It was published to YouTube on the 9th of August this month. with DJ University. Do you remember the interview you gave to DJ University?
In Chicago,
I don't know where he was
I
based
was sitting
in.
on the sofa.
Yes, you were.
Yes,
Okay. And you told DJ University about coming to God lately. Do you recall that conversation you had with him?
yes.
Would you relate that conversation to the jury, please?
Objection on irrelevant.
It goes to his credibility today on the stand, Your Honor.
Just ask, instead of the conversation, just ask him whatever you want to ask him.
Okay. You told DJ University that when this indictment came out in this case in 2022, May of 2022, and then August of 2022, and your name was not on that indictment, that you realized that God was at work in your life. Do you remember that? And what did you mean by God was at work in your life now?
Say it again.
Yeah. When you told DJ University, and you told him a lot about God entering your life lately, but you told him that when you saw this indictment and this case come out, that you realized that God was at work in your life. And I asked, what did you mean by that when you told him that? If you can express it.
Just God is real. God is real.
And you have that in your mind when you said on the stand that you put your hand to God and what you're saying on the stand is the truth right now. That's with you knowing that God is real. Is that correct?
Say that again.
Yeah. That knowledge that you have, that belief that you have that God is real, you have that in your mind when you took the stand and you raised your hand up and you said, my hand to God, what you're saying now is the truth. And what you said in 2015 was a lie.
Yes.
That was with God in your mind, correct?
It's in my heart, not my mind.
Okay. So having told the prosecutors repeatedly that what you said in 2015 was a lie, did they tell you why they were still putting you on the stand today?
Can you say that again?
Sure.
No, the short part.
Okay. Did they tell you why they were putting you on the stand? Okay. Despite you having told them that what you said in 2015 was a lie.
I don't know why they put me on the stand.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Matthews?
Good morning, Mr. Copeland.
Good morning.
My name is Carrington Matthews, and I represent Mr. Marquavius Huey over there. We're about to look at a certain exhibit, a certain picture that the state showed you a few days ago when you're on the witness stand. It was a picture of you and Mr. Huey and someone that you referenced as Nard at a restaurant. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. That particular photograph, can you pull it up? Okay. It was taken at Mr. Pig's Smokehouse at 1992 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway in Atlanta, Georgia, right?
On Bankhead.
On Bankhead. And that is probably about 20 plus minutes from Cleveland Avenue, right?
Probably fought. Yeah.
It's about that same distance or give or take a little bit more, a little bit less from Mechanicsville, right?
Right.
And it's a barbecue spot, right?
Yeah, they sell barbecue food.
When you all went to that barbecue spot, it was in broad daylight, right?
Yes.
Went there for some food, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this photograph and I want to talk about it. State is going to pull it up. Now, you've not known Mr. Huey that very long, correct?
Probably a couple months.
Okay. And you were at this particular restaurant with Mr. Huey and Nard on this particular day. And in this photograph, I want to talk with you about it. In the photograph, someone wrote, you can tell us whether it was you, I am this, do you see this photograph here?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, all right, let's talk about it. Is that you in the middle?
Yes,
And this is at Mr. Pig's Smokehouse on Donnelly Hollowell?
yes,
Okay. Now, you have your hands together, is that correct?
yes,
It looks like it's a symbol of you praying, is that correct?
it is.
Okay. On your clothing, is there anything that suggests YSL on it?
No,
Do you see the person to your right in that photograph? Is that Mr. Huey in that photograph?
with the white t-shirt.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay. Let's look at Mr. Huey. Take a look at his t-shirt. Do you see anything written on his shirt? Anything YSL on it?
it's a white t-shirt.
Okay. Let's look around his neck. Do you see any fancy jewelry around his neck?
No,
Do you see any bracelets on the arms that you do see?
no,
Any rings or anything of that nature?
no,
On this particular day, do you see or did you have in your waistband a handgun?
no,
To your knowledge, did you see or Mr. Huey have a handgun on him?
no,
How about this person, Nard? Did you see him with any type of handguns on that day?
no,
Were you all meeting there to do a crime or anything of that nature?
no. We were chilling the whole day.
Okay. Now, any AKs, any rifles or anything in the background in this photograph?
Huh?
Any weapons?
No,
On this particular building, do you see any signs or symbols, any graffiti with YSL or anything of that nature?
no,
Now, you said y'all are just chilling that day. Nothing about this photograph is suggesting that you all are asking anyone to participate in any type of YSL gang or anything of that nature, is there?
why I still in the game?
Okay. And I see on this particular photograph, it says, I am the streets, out now on all platforms. Tell this jury what is I am the streets.
The title of my music.
Okay. So, and is this 725 Woody, that was your Instagram moniker at that time?
But it was ran by my management team.
Got you. And was this particular picture, was it kind of celebrating the release of your music?
I think I was in. I don't know when this picture was posted, but I remember taking it. But there ain't no caption that I put on there.
Okay. And tell the jury, when you had your hands together like that, what were you representing, or what was the message you were sending with your hands together like that?
Peace.
Now, on this document that we're looking at, on this photograph, at the bottom it says, "Free the guys." Can you tell the jury if you know what was that about or what that represented?
That we was incarcerated, or that at least one of us was incarcerated.
Okay. And was there anything in your mind criminal or wrong about saying free to guys?
Well, I don't know who posted it. So on my page, if there was posted on my page,
Okay. It's not something you posted.
I didn't have a phone in jail, so no.
And to the best of your knowledge, on this particular day that you all met, sounds like I'm hearing you to say is that y'all weren't doing anything but chilling.
Right.
Nothing more, nothing less.
That's all we do.
Not meeting up to commit any crimes.
Never. I was doing the music, focus on the music. That was it.
The clothing that you're wearing there, I notice here these particular jeans, and there's red on the jeans there. Is that the way those jeans are made?
Yes.
Does it represent anything to do with any type of gang or anything of that nature?
No, that's how I bought them. It's a broken heart.
A broken heart.
On my pants lid, yeah.
Gotcha.
I actually still got the pants.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you guys are relatively neatly dressed urban gear?
I thought I was.
Kind of fresh, right?
That's what I thought.
Okay. Have you had any conversations with Mr. Huey since this particular day that you're aware of?
I don't know what you mean.
Have you talked to him?
What you mean?
Have you had any conversations with him? In other words, do you?
After this?
Yeah.
I don't. You saying
Had you talked?
after we took the picture?
After that particular day, had you talked to him about anything that you can think of that had anything to do with other than chilling?
What's wrong with us taking a picture?
I don't believe there's anything wrong. Do you even know why this picture was even put up in evidence?
I don't have a clue.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right.
Okay, I think we're gonna break for lunch at this point. Jurors, be back here at 1:15, please. And you too, Mr. Copeland.
All right.
All right, y'all can have a seat. So I have an answer back from the juror with the potential job. September 25th is when they would want that juror to start out there in Arkansas. So I guess I need to hear what y'all's position is at this point.
Thank you for that information. Is the juror not getting paid through her current employer? Does that seem to be accurate?
Her current employer, as far as I understand, she is.
She just wants a
It
different
sounded
job.
like there had maybe been some hiccups at some point about that it sounded like she acknowledged weren't really because of jury duty, they were about other things, but that she is currently being paid. That was what I understood from our conversation with her.
Understood. Okay, as far as
You
we
wanna-
have to talk about with Mr. Williams.
All right, let me know maybe when we get back from lunch, okay? Anybody else, or just want to check back in after lunch? All right, I'll see y'all at 1:15. decided about your position on the juror?
Your Honor, in regards to, and on behalf of Mr. Williams, we've had a chance to consider everything that's been presented to the court in regards to this juror, and we've spoken with other counsel. We're not of one accord, and so I'll let everyone speak for themselves.
All right.
But on behalf of Mr. Williams, we would oppose the juror being removed from this jury. We would ask that she remain. We do not think that there's been enough put forward to substantiate her being removed,
Okay.
and that's our position.
Well, we're not removing her, we would be letting her go.
Oh, it's
But,
that's what I
okay.
mean.
All right.
Mr. Kendrick is not opposed to the court letting this juror go.
Okay.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, we are opposed to letting this juror go. We are under the impression that she is still getting paid.
I am also under that impression
Okay.
currently.
So we are opposed to letting the juror go.
My impression is that she might have had some, I don't know what was going on, something between her and her current employer. But I mean, all I know is what y'all know, so. I couldn't hear what you said without. Okay, well, y'all gonna have to work that out between yourselves.
Mr. Ryan would like to voir dire the witness or the juror to ensure she wouldn't hold it against us if we were to keep her.
Okay.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Huey, we want her to stay.
All right.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Nichols, we are not opposed to letting the juror go.
All right, thank you. All right, and essentially the state's position was, I'll leave it up to the court.
It
Do you
was
have a
essentially-
position one way or another, or?
It was essentially that we'd ask that the court just make an inquiry whether or not she's experiencing any kind of hardship that, makes her more inclined to take the job. That's the thing that we were trying to discern, if she's experiencing a hardship that makes it, in her mind, necessary that she take the job because of the 2 months pay that she didn't get from the current position.
Right, I don't know that she
She
voiced
said,
not getting 2 months pay. I thought she said that she got paid late, that there were some issues with payment a few times late from her employer.
I may have misunderstood that. I thought that she said that she didn't get paid once last year and then another month earlier this year.
Yeah, but I thought that that was, and we can find out more, but I had thought that that was an issue with not getting paid when she thought she was going to get paid, but ultimately it getting paid.
And then we'd ask that if the court could get clarification on whether she is or is not currently getting paid, those two things.
Okay, well, I was pretty clear that she is currently getting paid. I think she just wants another job because she's not happy with this job or something. I don't know, but okay. All right. Well, we'll take it up later. All right. Anything else before we get the jury back in? Who's going to be up next for cross-examination? Is Mr. Nichols going to have any cross-examination? Okay. All right. Let's get Mr. Copeland and.
Your Honor, we do have.
Oh, okay. Hang on.
Your Honor, Mr. Shard over the lunch break, and we think him provided the exhibits that he's intending to potentially use.
Okay.
And so the state does have some objections to a few of his exhibits. And I don't know if the court received a copy of his exhibits.
I don't have a copy. Did you send a copy to Ms. Percival? Okay. Can somebody so that or pull them up or something? Some easy way for me to be able to look at them. Are these like audios or videos or something, Miss Hilton? What is it that you're
So-
objecting to?
One of the exhibits was the same exhibit that Mr. Steele attempted to exhibit, which was the Instagram post with the innocent man Instagram post. And so that was
Okay.
included.
Now, I adopt all of Mr. Steele's arguments for admission,
Uh-huh.
but based on the court's ruling, I was not
Okay.
intending on introducing.
The next two exhibits are, there's, I think it's DS-27A, which is a warrant for false report of a crime. Mr. Copeland was never convicted. Matter of fact, I think that case was actually dismissed. And so I'm not sure the relevancy of the warrant that,
Is this a different warrant than he was presented with before?
yeah, this is, this
That
is
was
different
for
from
the
the murder
murder,
warrant,
okay.
yes.
I can, Your Honor, I can hand up to the court my copy.
Okay.
And there's two warrants, actually, one for false report of a crime and then one for false statements, both which were dismissed by the state.
So, Your Honor, this
Mhm.
warrant was from 2021.
Mhm.
It was pending in the DA's office until earlier this year. It's been pending while this trial is going on. The DA's office, I believe it says January 18th of 2024, no prost, or they said decline to prosecute. I believe that's the third document.
Yeah.
I'll point out a couple things. First of all, the reason for the decline to prosecute is prosecutorial discretion, not a hole in the evidence. Also, that decline to prosecute says that this case can be, it says at this time, the state declines to prosecute, meaning it can be brought up in the future. And quite simply, Your Honor, the state cannot, it's clear under the law that pending cases against a witness are bias and motive. The state cannot evade the reality of pending cases by just simply dismissing cases against their witnesses before they testify. So this case was pending during this trial. I believe Mr. Copeland, I wasn't planning on introducing any evidence, but Mr. Copeland gave a interview to the Danza Project where he seems to be under the impression that the case is still pending as of that interview. So I don't even know if he's aware about the declination of prosecution.
When was that interview? About,
Recently, like.
okay,
between the
Recent.
last couple of months or
I think
couple of
last
weeks.
few
Okay.
weeks.
All right. That seems relevant.
Then that's fine, that it seems relevant. We just don't think he can go into the warrants. He can say, was he arrested for false report of a crime and was the case declined? But I'm not sure if he intended to show him the warrants of his arrest.
Was he arrested?
He was arrested and then the case was dismissed.
3 years later.
Well, just to be clear,
When was he
was in
arrested?
jail. The false report of a crime is he accused a jail guard of using OC spray on him, and the jail reviewed the tape, and the jail guard didn't even have OC spray.
Okay.
And so that's, I mean, this going into the warrant trial, it was declined earlier this year in January of 2024.
Okay, well, I mean, you can ask him about all of it, and then if it becomes necessary to use those documents, you can use them.
Yes, John.
What else? Okay, all right, then I think we're ready to get Mr. Copeland and the jury in.
We just had one other thing Mr. Shar just brought to our attention that he intends on introducing. And I didn't know.
Do we need to ask Mr. Copeland to step
Yes.
aside? And sorry, we thought we were ready for you, but we're not quite. Just hang very close. I'm gonna have y'all come back from lunch 15 minutes earlier than the jury so that we can do these kind of things. All right, yes.
Your Honor, it appears that Mr. Shar intends on showing him as a demonstrative of jail outfit. And I don't know the relevance of
Why?
showing him the jail outfit.
Because a theme in this case has been the Fulton County Blues. In particular, on June 20th, or excuse me, June 10th, 2015.
He came in wearing that, right?
Well, I'm talking about 2015.
Oh, 15, okay.
2015, he's
June
on-
10th, June 10th,
He's
okay.
on video.
Yeah.
All right, there's a lot of June 10s. He's on video and he's not wearing a jail outfit because they haven't brought him to the jail yet.
Okay,
Part of the reality of Rice Street, and I'm not asking this to go back with the jury, it's just a demonstrative. Part of the reality of Rice Street is you wear the outfit, you lose your individuality, your identity, you're thrown in the Fulton
Hey,
County.
no, that is nice and dramatic, but no, we don't need to do that.
May I use a picture?
No.
Okay.
Okay, let's get Mr. Copeland. And the jury. All right, Mr. Copeland, come on, have a seat with us. Well, I guess stand up for the jury. Thank you. Hope y'all had a pleasant lunch. We good?
Yes.
All right. All right, Mr. Shart, you can proceed with your cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Copeland.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Mr. Copeland, we have never met before. Isn't that correct?
No,
Okay. We've seen each other in the hallway. Over the
no, we
last-
never met before.
Yeah, we never met. My name is Max Shard, and I'm the attorney that represents Shannon Stillwell, okay?
All right.
All right. And I know you've been asked a lot of questions, and I'm going to try not to repeat questions that you've been already asked. I'm going to do my best.
All right.
All right, great. You do not want to be here today.
Yeah,
Okay. And the reason you don't want to be here today is not because you're scared, correct?
you know that.
Okay. It is because what you said in 2015 was lies.
You said it again?
What you said in 2015 were lies.
Right.
Okay. And specifically, when you said that Demekion Garlington told you something at that McDonald's about Mr. Stillwell, that was a lie.
Right.
You lied to get out of trouble.
Right,
You lied as part of your finesse to the police.
right,
You've testified that if the police mentioned anyone, you were going to come up with a story about them to get yourself out of trouble.
as y'all seen,
And the police mentioned Jeffrey Williams.
right,
They called him a big fish.
right,
And you lied on Jeffrey Williams.
right.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, I'm going to ask you, do you still have that listening device?
Huh?
Do you still have the listening device?
What's that?
The
Earbuds.
Oh, they right here.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to play a clip for you, okay? Mr. Kokomo, could you play what has been marked DS230? And for the record, this is a clip from States Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo, which is the June 10th, 2015 interview, and it's from 9:53:35 to 9:54:10.
How long you been doing Shannon? Long as through as hell? Okay. You've been doing Shannon a good part of your teenage adult life, correct? Y'all.
Mr. Copeland, is it not playing on your?
It just popped up.
Okay. Could you start it all over again for Mr. Copeland?
How long you been doing Shannon? Long as through as hell? Okay. You've been doing Shannon a good part of your teenage adult life, correct? Y'all basically grew up together, right? Went to school together. Y'all like brother. You, Demikion, and Shannon. That's from what I know. Yeah. So I can pretty much assume that if it's something like that that they did, even if you weren't involved in it, you know about it. Because I'm telling you, everything kind of keeps coming back to you. You understand? Because Shannon's them out there on the streets now.
Okay. In that clip, Investigator Gaither is asking you about Shannon, correct?
This sound like it.
Okay.
I can't barely hear it. That's why I took the headphones out.
Are they not working?
No, it's just like the way the way I can hear, it's not clear enough for me. That's why I had to listen like out loud.
Okay, I understand. All right, well, we're going to do our best to work through that, okay? All right. So, regardless, in that clip, I'm going to ask you about that clip, and you can, if you didn't hear it, you didn't hear it. Investigator Gaither tells you that while you're in the interview room with her, Shannon is out on the street. Isn't that correct?
I just heard it.
Okay. Investigator Gaither says to you, if Shannon's involved in something, you know about it, correct?
I didn't hear that. Only thing I heard was this, the last part where she said he on the street.
Okay. You now realize that the police were saying some things, such as Jeffrey's on a European tour, or Shannon's on the street and you're in here with us, to try to get you to tell on other people, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Is that how you took those statements at the time?
I don't get what you're saying.
Did you take those statements when Investigator Dennis told you that Jeffrey's on a European tour while you're sitting in the investigator's room, or Shannon's on the street while you're in the interview room? Did you take those statements as invitations to give information on other people?
Yeah, that's what they were doing the whole time. He got these big houses and cars, and that's what I think that was Dennis kept saying it all the time.
Okay. And these conversations and Investigator Gaither talking about Shannon then, that's not the only time law enforcement talked about Shannon in your interviews, is it? They would talk about Shannon
yeah.
a lot.
Yeah, right.
And let me ask you this. These interviews that we have, are those the only time you talk to the investigators about this case?
No.
Okay, you would have phone conversations with investigators, right?
Yes.
Phone conversations with Investigator Gaither that aren't recorded?
What you mean?
Did you record the phone conversations?
Mm-mm.
Have you ever heard a recording of the phone conversations?
No.
Okay, so as far as you know, phone conversations with Investigator Gaither, you had those, right?
Yes.
And as far as you know, they're not recorded.
We had conversation that I ain't heard.
How many conversations would you say you had with Investigator Gaither from January 1st, phone conversations from January 1st to we'll
We
say
talked a lot.
June 10th? Weekly, daily?
I can't a lot.
Okay, what about Investigator Thorpe? You talked to him on the phone?
No.
Okay. What about
But I did, but
not as often?
yes.
Okay. What about when they bring you to the interview room? Okay, obviously we see videotapes of you in the interview room. Do the police talk to you outside of the interview room before you go in there?
Yes, they do it all the time.
Okay. And are those conversations about what you need to do?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, and what officers had those conversations with you, to your recollection?
Shit, everyone they have me.
Okay. So the bottom line is you said that the state were asking about Jeffrey when Mr. Steele was asking questions, right?
Yes.
Okay. The reality is the state was also asking about Shannon.
Yes.
And the reality is you didn't only lie on Jeffrey, but you also lied on Shannon.
Yes.
And you also lied on Mr. Kendrick, correct?
Yes.
You remember when Attorney Steele showed you that video from the Texaco gas station and asked if you saw Jeffrey Williams walking around the Texaco changing cars?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to play that video again.
Thank God.
Hey, I don't think you're the only one that's saying that. But when you watched it, you didn't see Shannon changing cars at that Texaco either, did you?
No.
Regarding these lies you told in 2015, you have repeatedly told the state that they were lies, correct?
I have told everybody who listened to me.
Okay. I want to ask you about, you mentioned it briefly with Mr. Steele. Remember that on June 10th of this year, we're talking about this year now. Remember when you were in the judge's chambers?
I'm listening.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear, you didn't request to speak to the judge or the prosecutors, did you?
I had no clue where I was going.
Okay. And you had been in jail the weekend before.
Yes.
And guards brought you to the judge's chambers.
Took me straight in there.
Okay. And when you were brought to the chambers, Miss Hilton was there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
the SWAT team
and security, whatever they were, you saying the SWAT team. I was not there.
No, I didn't see you.
Okay. Mr. Stillwell wasn't there.
Who?
My client, Mr. Stillwell. Shannon.
No.
Okay. And none of the other defense attorneys were there.
No.
Okay. I want to ask you about some things that were said in that interview. Now, you're aware there was in that meeting on June 10th, okay? Now, you're aware that there's a transcript, correct?
I heard.
Okay. Have you seen the transcript?
It was sent to me, but I didn't never look at it.
If I ask you about things that were said in the meeting, would looking at a transcript help?
I guess.
Your Honor,
Yes.
may I approach with what's been marked as DS-33, which is the transcript from the
Yeah.
June 10th, 2020?
Yeah, but I mean, ask him about it first. Ask him about it,
Oh,
and
okay.
then if he needs to see it, then
Okay.
you can give it,
Okay,
you can hand it to him, but
thank you. Don't look at this unless you need to, okay?
All right.
there you go.
Mr. Copeland, in that meeting in the judge's chambers, did you tell Ms. Hilton that you've never been truthful in your life?
Yes.
Except when you're telling them that you're a liar?
Right.
In that meeting, did you tell Ms. Hilton that, I won't get the quote. So when the police question me, they don't question me every time they lock me up. I don't know how many times that was. I done told them whatever different story I could think of to try to finesse my way out of the situation. I don't recall what I told them.
Yes.
Did Ms. Hilton tell you when talking about lying? But if I know that you are lying about that, I do not intend to do that. If I know that right now he's lying, I know he's lying, I'm not going to charge you because I don't know your reason for doing that.
Did she tell me that?
Yes.
Yes.
You were offered immunity by the state, correct? Well, not offered. I say that you didn't want immunity, but they gave you immunity.
Yes, they forced it.
Okay. To Ms. Hilton, did you tell her I did these crimes?
Yes.
And they have insisted that you testify, correct?
Yes.
They have told you it's okay if you say, I don't recall when asked about your prior statements, correct?
Huh?
They told you you can say, well, let me back up. In preparation, the state's met with you several times in June of 2024, right?
I don't know what you're asking me.
Okay. Take yourself back to June 2024, okay? That was before.
What year this year?
This is 24, so a couple of months ago is what he means.
Couple
Okay.
months ago, right? Before you testified at all. You remember the week before you testified?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You remember when the state and Ms. Hilton and maybe some other people started coming to find you in the community?
Yes.
Okay. You had a lawyer at the time, right?
Yes.
His name was John Melnick?
Yes.
Okay.
Jonathan Melnick.
To your understanding, did the state, when they were trying to find you in the community, did they reach out to your attorney? Or did they go behind your attorney to talk to you?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
So
To your understanding?
on the relevance, I mean, we've kind of been through All of this.
Was, can I,
Try a different question.
was Mr. Melnick there for those meetings with Ms. Hilton in the community?
No,
They took you to the courthouse one day before you were to testify, correct?
no, 2 days.
2 days before you were to testify. And was Mr. Melnick there for those meetings?
No,
And you told the state that what you said in 2015 was lies.
I told Ms. Hilton.
Okay. I'm going to change subjects, okay? Now, I'm not going to ask anything too personal, but I'm going to ask a little bit about your life, okay? Is that okay with you?
No,
All right. Let me ask you this. At some point in your life, you lived in Mechanicsville.
yes,
Okay. And as I understand it, your life hasn't always been easy.
my life ain't never been easy.
Okay. Your life has never been easy. And there have been times where you have been in dangerous situations in your life. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
Okay. I want to ask you about some ways that you avoid dangerous situations. Okay. When you are approaching a stoplight, a red light, do you stop at the red lights?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance?
It's very relevant.
I assume he's going to get to it.
Do you stop at the red lights?
hell no.
Okay, you said hell no.
Yeah,
Okay. Why don't you stop at red lights?
because I want to live.
Okay. And when you say because you want to live, what are you afraid of at red lights? What is your concern?
Somebody pulling up on the side of my car.
Someone pulling up on the side of the car and shooting you, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so when you pull up to red lights, you might stop briefly, but then you,
I'm not stopping at all.
okay, so you just keep going.
Right through it.
Okay. I appreciate you telling us that information. And is that during the day and night?
There's no any red light.
Okay.
If the police right there, I turn off.
And you've actually told the police this in a prior interview in 2021. You told them that you don't stop at red lights, correct? You told Investigator Flores that.
Prior did.
Okay, what about tinted windows? Do you prefer to drive cars with tinted windows?
This Gary, this must.
That's a must. Why is that a must?
So people won't know I'm in that car.
Why don't you want people to know you're in that car?
Because they like to shoot at cars.
Okay, so is that a form of self-preservation, riding around in cars with tinted windows only?
You better.
Okay. And let me ask you this: with the red lights, are you the only one that does this, or are there other people in your in Mechanicsville or in other areas that do that as well, to your knowledge?
Speculation irrelevant.
Well, he said to your knowledge, I think I'm
To your
going to allow
knowledge.
it.
Most of the people I know run lights.
Run lights. Okay. What about the tinted windows?
Even my sister and them got tinted windows.
Okay. Finally, I want to ask you about wearing a mask. And when I say a mask, I don't know what to call it. So maybe if you can educate me and the jurors. Talking about a cloth mask with a hole right here. Okay. What do you call that type of mask?
Shit, different stuff. I call it a mask. Some people call it a shiesty. They just got different names to it.
Okay, I'm just going to call it a mask, but to be
All right.
clear, we're talking about the same things. And you've worn those masks before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach you?
You may.
Mr. Copeland, I am handing you DS-29A and DS-29B. Okay, are those pictures of you?
Look like it.
Okay, and are those pictures of you? You're not doing anything illegal in those pictures, correct?
No,
Okay,
I'm incorrect.
correct.
I'm not doing that illegal.
Right. You are wearing those masks I talk about in those pictures, correct?
Right.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you publish 29A and
They're not admitted yet.
oh, I'm sorry. Your Honor, I move to admit DS 29A and 29B.
I assume this is going to be kind of the same lines of testimony. They're admitted over objection.
Mr. Kokomo, could you just publish one of them, 29A? Okay. We're going to publish 29B. Okay, now, Mr. Copeland, on your screen, that's the type of mask we're talking about, and I just want the jurors to be able to know what we're talking about. Okay. What are those masks made of?
What you mean?
Like what material?
I ain't make it.
Are they made of cloth?
I don't know.
Okay. Are you the only person to wear those masks?
No, everybody wearing them.
Everyone wears those masks. What year did you start notice everyone wearing those masks?
When COVID came,
About 2020?
when COVID would cause us to wear the mask.
Okay. And are they,
It became more like a fashion thing.
that's what I was about to ask you. It became more of a fashion thing.
Right.
Okay. And where can you buy those masks?
Shit. Anywhere.
Gas stations sell those masks?
Yeah.
Okay. Corner stores sell those masks?
Beauty supply store, all that.
Okay. They're not rare.
Huh?
They're not rare.
They're not weird.
Rare. They're not
Unusual.
unusual. They're common.
Right.
Those masks are common.
Mhm.
They come in all different colors,
Yes.
all different sizes.
Yes.
All right. Just because you're running a red light, does that mean you're committing a crime? Other than a driving infraction?
It depends on, yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Well, you do it to preserve yourself, correct? To avoid being shot.
Right.
Okay, avoiding being shot is not committing a crime, is it?
You're just protecting yourself.
Okay. When you're riding around in tinted windows, you ride around with tinted windows to the grocery store and other places you go about on your everyday life, correct?
Right.
Can I say objection on this point? I just don't know if this is a relevant line of questioning.
I'm asking
Well,
because it's
it is
relevant.
cumulative.
Okay, well, I just got one, I have one more question.
Okay.
When you're wearing that mask, you just wear that mask in your everyday life, when you're going to the store, when you're going to run errands, doing whatever, correct?
Right.
All right, thank you. Okay. Mr. Copeland, you said that Rice Street is the worst place in the world.
Yes.
You have said that you'd rather die than go to Rice Street.
Yes.
Okay. You talked about your stay in Rice Street in, I guess it would be February 21st of 2015, when they arrested you on that probation warrant, and you stayed there for several weeks, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember exactly how long you stayed there?
Yes.
How long?
3 weeks.
3 weeks. Okay. So that would have been February 21st to the middle of March of 2015.
Yes.
Okay. And in that, first of all, in Rice Street in general, there's dorms, right?
Not where they put me at.
Well, I'm just talking about in general right now. I'm going to get to where they put you at in a
Yes.
second. There's dorms. And then within the dorms, there's cells.
Yes.
Okay. And the cells, how big are the cells?
18 and some ones, 16s and other ones.
Talking about feet?
You said cells?
Yes.
Like rooms?
Yeah, how big are the rooms?
Yeah, 18 rooms and some, 16 and some.
The individual rooms are small, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And everything is made of either concrete or metal, correct?
yes,
All right. Most of the time you have a cellmate.
all the time.
Okay. No privacy.
Correct,
Showers in common areas.
correct,
Toilets. You don't get a special room to use the bathroom.
right,
Okay. It's filthy. You talked about feces.
all the time.
When you on the ground, on the walls, things like that.
Yes.
Okay. Standing water in the showers.
Who?
Standing water.
We call it nut juice.
What do you call it?
Nut juice.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Shart, let's get on. We're painting the picture. Let's get on with what you want to ask.
The filth in Rice Street. To avoid that filth, you would be willing to tell lies, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's talk about the danger of Rice Street. What's a shank?
A knife.
Okay. Knife made of just a random piece of metal, correct?
Whatever you can make with.
Are
Whatever
shank-
you find.
Are shanks common in Rice Street?
Is they who?
Common.
What you mean?
I keep using that word. Is it unusual for people to have shanks in Rice Street? When I say people, I'm talking about the inmates.
You saying do they have them?
Yes.
Yes. You better have one.
Okay. And is it a concern of yours that someone that doesn't like you would have a shank in Rice Street?
Yes.
Okay. You know jail, you know Rice Street to be a particularly dangerous place, correct?
Yes.
And it's a particularly dangerous place for you, correct?
Yes.
You would lie to avoid the dangers of Rice Street, correct?
Yes.
I want to talk about the isolation. Okay. In February of 2015, you were arrested, and let's be clear, you feel it was a bogus probation warrant, correct?
It was.
Right. You were on probation and they accused you of not completing your community service.
And I didn't even have community service
Right.
to do.
And even if you did, you never heard of anyone getting locked up for failing to do community service on probation.
I even called my probation officer and she said she didn't do it.
Right. I understand. And so when they locked you up in February of 2015, they put you in isolation, correct?
If that's what you want to call it.
Well, you said, I think the way you described it was the medical unit. There was sick people. It was disgusting. People were talking to themselves.
Yes. People were doing worse stuff than that, eating their stuff.
Okay. You would lie to avoid going back to that place they took you and put you in February of 2015, correct?
It's my now?
No, I'm talking about on June 10th of 2015. You would have lied to avoid going right back to where they had you 3 months earlier.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS23Q, which is States 378 Yankee Echo, June 10th, 2015 at 4:16:13 to 4:16:36.
Do I need to listen to it?
I would appreciate it if you did. Thank you.
Man, I already be dead in here anyway. I'm just saying. What I'm saying is, man, I do whatever it takes, whatever, man. I hate jail. I promise you, God, man. Cause you can't. You want me to be out. I was gonna take these niggas' guns and bring to y'all myself. I would set them up myself. I would do whatever it takes. I will, man. I will.
Ms. Copeland, that was you and Investigator Dennis on June 10th, 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you told Investigator Dennis that you'd rather be dead than be sent back to jail.
Still will.
Okay. And you said you will do anything to stay out of jail.
That's what he said.
And do anything includes lying on others, correct?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Copeland, we're going to change the subject a little bit. I want to talk to you about some of these statements you made to the police, okay? In 2015, all right? And let me just ask you, you know, you said, I don't recall a lot when the police, when the Ms. Hilton asked you about things that you said in your statements in 2015, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that was 9 years ago? About?
I guess.
Okay. In these meetings that the DA's office or Ms. Hilton or whomever had with you in June of 2024, prior to you testifying, did anyone offer to play those statements to you to remind you of what you said?
No.
Did anyone give you a transcript of what you said in those statements so you could review them before testifying?
No.
They just told you, if you don't remember, just say, I don't recall, correct?
Yes.
The reality is they just wanted to play those statements. That's why they wanted you here today, correct?
Objection or speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. Let's talk about January 11th, 2015, okay? That was in the early morning hours of January 11th, 2015, right?
What?
You met with Detective Thorpe. in
Oh,
the
yes.
Early morning hours of January 11th, 2015. Okay. And you've stated you went to that meeting, you went voluntarily to clear your name, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you met with Detective Thorpe at the police headquarters, correct?
Yes.
You knew Detective Thorpe to be the lead investigator on the Donovan Thomas case. That's what he told you.
I can't remember.
Okay. Certainly, he asked you questions about the Donovan Thomas case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And let's just talk about the timing of this meeting. If, and I know we're saying it did not happen, I want to be clear on that. If Demekion had told you something at the McDonald's, right?
Listen.
This meeting with Detective Thorpe would have been hours after Demekion made that statement, correct? It would have been the same night, just after midnight.
But he never told me that.
I understand. I understand he never told you that, but I'm saying if he did.
Are you saying that?
The meeting was mere hours after.
It would have been.
Right, it would have been. Okay. And Detective Thorpe asked you about the Donovan Thomas shooting, correct?
That's what his papers are calling me down now.
And you showed up and you went through your movements that day, correct?
Yeah.
Your movements from January 10th, 2015.
I think I did. He asked me where I been. That's what you asked me?
Right. And you went into details about everything that happened that day, correct?
I guess.
Okay. That meeting on January 11th, 2015, you never claimed that Demekion Garlington told you that Shannon Stillwell, Diamante Kendricks, Duwop, and Nard killed Donovan Thomas, did you? You never told him that on January 11, 2015.
No, I didn't.
Okay. And the reason you didn't tell him that is because you hadn't made up that lie yet, correct?
Right.
Let's talk about January 28th, 2015. That was your second recorded statement. And I understand what you've testified to. There may have been phone calls and all sorts of other communications in between there with police. But January 28th, 2015 was your second recorded statement. Okay. You met with Investigator Dennis, Investigator Gaither, and Detective Thorpe on January 28th, 2015, correct?
I don't know the date, but yes.
Okay. And they certainly asked you about the Donovan Thomas shooting, correct?
I don't remember what they asked me.
Okay, well, I'm going to play a clip, but you would agree that January 28th, 2015 would have been 18 days after, if Demekion Garlington had told you that information, it would have been 18 days later, this statement.
I guess. I don't keep up with time.
Okay, 28 minus 10 is 18. So 18 days between January 10th, 2015 and January 28th, 2015. You with me?
All right.
All right, cool. Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS-20A, which is States 378 Yankee Beta from 7/22/37 to 7/24/40.
Yeah, what do you think, Kim, man?
Okay.
You're prime suspect, but move yourself out there.
Okay, did you hear Investigator Dennis ask you, who do you think killed Nutt?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Who do you think did?
I'll probably say that.
I'm just saying, like, word on the street is, you've been tried, convicted within the street.
Now they said two of my other partners were locked up for it, but
Who?
they my head and dog. But they ain't have nothing to do
Who was
with
that?
not locked up.
Who was that? Clarence.
I think that's his name. Cause I seen like Mexican. Yeah. So they saying they did. Out though, right? Yeah, he had out. Yeah, he had out. They saying they did. You know what I'm saying? They trying to make it
What
like.
you think? Like, what do you think? What do you think happened?
Okay, right there, you said to Investigator Dennis, when asked who you think killed Nutt, you're saying, they're saying, meaning the streets, right?
Right.
Streets are saying Head and Doc, who are two people you know.
Right.
Those are street names, Head and Doc.
Right.
Streets are saying they did it, but you don't believe that.
Right.
Okay.
Like, real shit.
I think it got something to do with them. I think they did something. They got another beef somewhere else. Cause I been hearing stories like Nutt supposed to ran off on somebody with some. You know what I'm saying? But
When you said, I think it had something to do with them, you were referring to If Gang, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I paused in the middle. I probably shouldn't have, but you started talking about the rumor was Nutt ran off with something.
That's what I said.
Okay. And something would be narcotics.
Yes.
Okay.
it's on the coast. I'm on him because I'm with Doug and Birdman. And he come back to them. So Nutt supposed to ran off on somebody with some and some jury. I don't know if they didn't say what it was. It's like he's supposed to ran off on them with something. And Rich Homie Corn supposed to give him $50,000 to meet a new plug. Like Rich Homie Corn told him this out his mouth. Yeah. Then Rich Homie Corn like he got $25,000 to have Tate killed. It's like from the picture you just showed? Nah, Tate who just got shot the other night. Oh, in the car over there. Okay. He had 25.
Okay. So you continued to say that the rumor was that Nutt, or I should say Donovan Thomas, you said Nutt, ran off on someone, and that something would have been narcotics.
That's what I said.
Right. Nowhere in that answer did you say, well, Demekion Garlington told me that Shannon and Mr. Kendricks and Duop and Nard killed Nut.
I did say that.
You didn't say that on January 28th.
I didn't say that.
Correct. I'm going to ask you to listen to what's been marked as DS20B, which is that same interview from 7:50:56 to 7:52:50.
Why would people saying Birdman have something to do with all this?
Because that's what they gonna do. They gonna do what I realize it. You know what I'm saying? They say they bagged me up. It might be, but they paying for it. So
They finance it.
yeah, that's what they saying. So I just like, man, whatever.
What about Nut stole his watch?
So what?
Birdman watch.
I doubt it. So when you go and burn in that house, you're not gonna go anymore. That's Shannon calling right there. But like every time in the Birdman house, you go in the living room. No, nobody go in his room.
What about Kels and Greedy stealing the watch? Stealing from the club?
Never and back.
What about Kel knocking off Nut? Doubt it?
I ain't gonna say I doubt it. Ain't.
I hear that.
I don't say I doubt it. I don't know. Because when him and Thug, like, he was just like, well, call Nut. I'm gonna tell Nut about this.
Like his big homie.
Yeah. Like the big brother, like I'm telling like the boss. Yeah, like he just like I gotta tell Nut what he needs to say. I'm looking at him like, why you gotta tell Nut? But I ain't never seen that. Like, yeah.
What about Thug knocking off Nut?
Like I said, I really can't say like when it comes out of Nut, I don't know. I don't know nothing about it.
Who did you hear? You said that you heard just in the streets that Head and who's the other dude?
But they say they got locked up for it. He got locked up with the gun. They killed Nut and all this shit here.
Yeah, like it be like it be 50% true, 50% false to it.
It'd be 100% lie.
No, he did get locked up.
Okay. So in that clip, Investigator Dennis is again asking you about your theories about who killed Donovan Thomas, correct?
That's what I heard.
And he floated a theory about Birdman being behind killing Donovan Thomas because Donovan Thomas stole a watch of Birdman's, right? You heard that?
Yes.
And you said you don't know anything about that or you doubt it, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then he asked about Greedy. And Greedy is Donovan Thomas's brother, right?
I guess.
Okay. And you said you didn't know anything about that.
Right.
Okay. And then he asked about Kel.
Yes.
Kelvin Watts, Shell Kel, killing Donovan Thomas. And you said you never heard anything about that.
Yes.
And then he asked about I think he said Thugger. We're talking about Jeffrey Williams, and you said you don't know nothing about that.
Right.
Correct? All right. That second time when you were asked about your theories about who killed Donovan Thomas, you never said that Demekion Garlington told you that Shannon, Mr. Kendricks, Nard, and Duop killed Donovan Thomas, did you?
Because he didn't tell me that.
I understand. Okay, I'm going to play DS20C, and I'm going to ask you to listen to this clip as well.
My girl, she get a lot of information from her friends. She got a lot of friends, so they be around me. Luchinelle was talking at the studio, and it was a girl in there, Miss one of them, and she my girlfriend. And she said that they nobody can do that. You know what I'm saying? They was all like Kill and K robbed somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Kill and who?
K.
Who was that?
I sent you a picture of that too then. I think I sent it earlier. They had a chop on in the picture.
Oh, yeah. And the gym was in the car.
Yeah, them two robbed somebody. And they supposed to came back. This was they talk about the studio. You know what I'm saying? They just put my name on it. They covered it up.
Make it seem like they ain't got beef in the streets, whatever.
Yeah. And then they like, she be like, they know what they do it. You know what I'm saying? But they gonna keep playing on him. And she be like, K, when the nut got killed, K first one called everybody like, we killed Nut. We killed Nut. Tell the mom now we did. He the first one started my name. And they like Kill went along with it. So they had just robbed somebody, then they did. Like Nut died, then they started.
That same day?
I don't know when. They just robbed somebody. And niggas supposed to be coming back for them. You know what I'm saying? Like Kill robbed Fly. Fly. He robbed one of them.
So in that clip, Mr. Copeland, again, you were asked about your understanding or what you've heard about who killed Donovan Thomas, correct?
Right.
And you said that you said that your girlfriend or a female friend of yours was at the studio and she was told that Kel and Kay had robbed somebody.
That's what I said.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And that the people that Kel and Kay robbed came back and killed Donovan Thomas as revenge for being robbed.
Yes.
And you said that Kay then started putting it on you to cover his own tracks.
Yes.
And you also specifically said your understanding was Kelvin Watts, the robbery he did was to Fly's plug.
Yes.
Okay. And so we're clear, Fly is Mr. Jervin Henry. Do you know his government name?
No.
Okay. He's someone who runs clubs, correct? And runs TIG, the record label.
I guess.
Okay. And when you say plug, what do you mean by plug? That's a drug distributor, correct?
That's just a phrase that we use. I don't know.
Is it involved in the drug game?
I guess.
Okay. The bottom line is you gave, on that third clip, you gave some more information about things you heard, but you never said, detectives, let me tell you, Demekion Garlington told me that Shannon, Mr. Kendricks, Duwop, and Nard killed Nut. Did you?
I never said that.
Right. And the reason you never said that on January 28th, 2015 is because you hadn't made up that lie yet, had you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you had, or no, you hadn't?
I haven't.
Okay, and the reason you hadn't made up that lie, let's just be clear, on January 28, 2015, no one was trying to lock you up, right?
I just didn't have no reason to.
Right, you had no reason to finesse at that time.
Right, they lost like I was.
I want to ask you about February 20th, 2015. On that date, you met with investigator Curry, correct? And let me just, I think his name is Curry, it might be Kerr, but it was the investigator about those people shooting at you while you were holding your baby. Remember that?
Yes.
And you remember that investigator?
I remember, I didn't know no name, but yeah.
Okay. And that would have been 40 days if Demekion Garlington had in fact told you that my client and others were responsible for Donovan Thomas's death. That would have been 40 days after you received that information, if that had occurred, right?
I don't get it.
Okay. It would have been a little bit over a month. February 20th, 2015 is a little bit over a month from January 10th, 2015, correct?
Gotcha. Yes.
Okay. And you were asked in that interview about the Donovan Thomas situation, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't remember. I don't know.
All
I
right.
can't.
Well, you didn't say anything about Demekion Garlington telling you that Shannon and Mr. Kendricks and Duop and Nard had killed Donovan Thomas in that interview, did you?
No.
And the reason is because you hadn't made up the lie yet, right?
Right.
February 21st, Detective Gaither and Detective Thorpe had you in there. And they were arresting you for that bogus probation warrant, right?
Yes.
And you knew it was bogus. You didn't think that it was actually going to stick, did you?
Right.
They asked you about the Donovan Thomas case. And this would have been 41 days after Demekion supposedly gave you that information, right?
Right.
And you never told them that Demekion Garlington told you that Shannon, Mr. Kendricks, Duop, and Nard killed Nutt, did you?
Right.
We can agree that in the 4 recorded meetings prior to June 10th, 2015, you never claimed Demekion Garlington said those things about my client or Mr. Kendrick, correct?
Right.
So let's talk about June 10th, 2015 and what makes that date different. On June 10th, 2015, okay, we're going to that interview. You with me?
Yes.
All right, appreciate you. You met with Investigator Gaither, Investigator Dennis, Investigator Thorpe, and Federal Agent Cunningham, correct?
No. I didn't meet with them.
They brought you to the interview room and they came in the room.
Yes.
Okay, you didn't choose to meet with them.
No.
All right, and let's just talk about the circumstances. And I'm going to show you a picture that's already in evidence. I believe it's 378 Yankee Echo 1. If I may approach and get that.
You may.
Shaq, you don't have it. May I approach it?
You may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as 378 Yankee Echo 1. That's Stacy's in it. That is a picture of you in the interrogation room on June 10, 2015, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to just wait till we can display this. Can you display it? Oh, actually, don't. All right. Thank you, Mr. Atkins. All right. Mr. Copeland. When you go to jail, you wear a blue jail outfit that's given to you by the Fulton County Sheriff Department, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it says Fulton County Jail or Fulton County inmate on the shirt and the pants, correct?
Yes,
You absolutely hate wearing that blue outfit, correct?
without a doubt.
Okay. In this picture, you are not wearing one of those blue outfits. You're wearing street clothes, correct?
Right.
Okay, but let's just be clear. In that picture on June 10, 2015, when you're being interviewed, your hands are shackled together, correct?
Yes,
You have leg irons on, correct?
yes,
And the leg irons are attached to an anchor on the ground, so you cannot get up and run,
and
correct?
they're hurting.
And they're hurting. And you knew that it was only, unless something drastic happened, it was only a matter of hours before you were going to have a blue Fulton County jumpsuit on, correct?
Yes,
The circumstances of you being brought to that interview room on June 10th, 2015, were federal agents kicked down Miss Quarterman's door that day, correct?
yes,
Okay, and they kicked down that door looking for you because they had an arrest warrant for you.
yes,
They had an arrest warrant for you for the April 28th, 2015 possession of a firearm incident at the Dunbar Rec Center.
yes,
Okay. And while in the apartment, they saw some things, correct?
yes.
And they went and got a search warrant.
I don't know.
You're not sure if they got a search warrant. Okay. The bottom line is they searched your apartment.
They did.
Okay. And they found a Smith & Wesson handgun in the kitchen of that apartment, correct?
They found a gun. I don't know what kind.
Okay. Was it a handgun?
I never saw it.
Okay. They also found a stolen laptop computer in your apartment, correct?
That's what they said.
All right. They also searched Deshaun's car, correct?
No,
Well, didn't they find stolen IDs and other stolen property?
that was a rental car. Oh, her
Okay.
mama rented.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. They found a stolen IDs and other property in a rental car that was associated with you, correct? That you had been driving.
Yes,
And also on June 10th, 2015, your daughter's birthday was coming up,
7 days.
7 days from that date.
Yes,
And you had plans to have a big celebration for her birthday.
yes,
Even though you didn't have a blue jumpsuit on during the interview, investigator Gaither informed you that you were under arrest for various charges, correct?
yes,
And you were under investigation for various other charges.
yes,
Okay. She told you that you were being charged with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon for the gun at the Dunbar Rec Center.
yes,
She told you that you were being charged with reckless conduct for leaving the gun on the bleachers at the Dunbar Rec Center.
yes,
She told you that you were being charged with gang charges for possessing a gun at the Dunbar Rec Center.
yes,
And you knew that you knew that you weren't getting a bond for the gang charges at
Right.
first appearance.
right.
You were going to have to sit for a while because of those gang charges,
Yes,
unless something drastic happened.
yes,
You were also told that there were that they were investigating the stolen MacBook computer found in your apartment.
yes,
You were told that they were investigating the stolen IDs and other property that was found in the rental car.
yes,
And investigator Gaither told you that she knew that that stolen property found in the rental car was taken during a series of auto breakings in the area, correct?
yes,
You also had a Henry County bench warrant.
yes,
I believe you had another bench warrant out of the city of Atlanta involving a four-wheeler.
Mm,
You don't remember that?
yeah, I don't remember.
Okay, that's fair. And eventually, Investigator Cunningham also told you that you were facing potentially federal charges.
Yes.
For the gun that was found in the apartment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Investigator Gaither told you it's real now. It's about to be real, right?
Yes.
What'd you take that to mean?
Exactly what she said.
She was telling you the way you took it, it was time to get to talking, correct?
Yes.
If you wanted to get out anytime soon.
Yes.
They told you that there was no way around that charge at the Dunbar Rec Center, that it was on video.
Yes.
That you were dead to rights.
Yes.
That they had all the control in the situation, correct?
Yes. I think it said open and shut case.
And let's be clear. Even though you don't have that jail uniform on in this picture, you were thinking about how you just got out of jail 3 months prior. You had just been in jail in that horrible unit with feces and people talking to themselves and people eating whatever they were eating and the isolation. And you were thinking about that on June 10th, 2015, correct?
Yes.
Could you play, Mr. Kokomo, could you play what's been marked DS23B? And this is from States 378 Yankee Echo 94048 to 94229.
Okay, what you're here for is your warrants from Dunbar Center. Can you tell me what's going on with that? Can you tell me what's going on with that? With that weapon? How'd you get it? Number one. Because I got a version of how you got it, but I want to hear from you. How'd you get that? How did you get it like that? Because you had it, we got the video, bro. We got the video. So my question is to you, how did you become in possession of that? But we ain't really gonna do the back and forth today. I know y'all.
We ain't going back and forth today. That's what Investigator Gaither told you.
Say that again.
We ain't going back and forth today.
Right.
You took that to mean that they are in complete control, correct?
That's what it means.
You took that to mean that you needed to tell them what they wanted to know, or you weren't getting out, correct?
This is it. That's what I took it as.
You are, because I'm sitting in that place, this is an opportunity for you to help you. I'm asking, not you.
Okay. You just heard Investigator Gaither say, this is your opportunity for you to help you. Heard that?
Yes.
You took that to mean that this is your chance to give the state or give the police what they want to help your situation.
Nah, this is game time. It's time for me to finesse my way.
And do you remember when Attorney Steele played that video, I guess it was yesterday, with it, Agent Cunningham talking about the federal charges? Okay, I'm not going to play that video again.
Thank you.
But I am going to talk to you about a few things that were said. What you asked, I got charges with the feds, and Agent Cunningham said, it's up to you. It's totally up to you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. The police are telling you that you can talk your way out of this situation if you work with them, correct?
Yes.
Agent Cunningham told you, you're clearly guilty. She told you that they had you dead to rights. Do you remember that?
I think she said open and shut case.
Okay. You took that to mean they have complete control and you need to play their game if you wanted to get out, correct?
Yes.
Agent Cunningham told you about the charges you were facing. She told you that federal sentences don't have parole.
Yes.
No early release.
Yes.
She told you that with federal cases, they don't typically let prisoners stay in Atlanta, right?
Right.
She said that they were typically going to send you to some other state to serve your federal time behind this.
Right.
You didn't want to be separated. You love your daughter, don't you?
With all my heart.
You post about your daughter on Instagram and you're proud of your daughter, correct?
Yes.
And you consider yourself a good father, don't you?
I try to be.
Okay. And you did not want to be separated from your daughter in some federal prison in another state, did you?
Who want to?
Understood. And Agent Cunningham also said that to her understanding, you're a 3-time convicted felon, making you an armed career criminal in the federal system, correct? Remember hearing that?
Yes.
She told you that you were facing 15 years without parole, plus another 10 years without parole for the gun charges, correct?
Yes.
25 years without parole, and that's not even including the conspiracy charges.
Right.
You were 23 at the time, and Agent Cunningham told you, if you don't play ball, you're going to be locked up in a federal prison in another state until you are 48 years old. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Wasn't that said to you?
Yes.
On June 10th, 2015.
In the interrogation room.
Miss Agent Cunningham also said that all this is up to you. It's totally up to you, right?
Yes.
She told you that she reports to the U.S. attorney, and she can tell the U.S. attorney what you did to help yourself out.
I think we all heard what she said to me.
Okay. Well, what did you take that to mean?
That I need to help myself out.
Okay. Does that include lying on others?
That means that this is my chance to get myself out of this situation.
It was time to finesse?
Yeah.
Could you, Mr. Kokomo, could you play 23E? And for the record, Your Honor, DS-23E is States Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo 1031 to 103250.
Do you understand the right that none had? Do you understand the right that none had?
Yeah.
Where was he?
I don't know. I didn't know he was.
He was like the 3rd or 4th ranking blood in Georgia.
But what I'm saying is, bro, they were between third and ninth.
You didn't let me finish though. When you go to prison, your name is on there, regardless of if you did or if you didn't. Thug ain't in jail. Thug ain't in jail. Thug on the European tour, whatever the fuck.
Did you just hear Investigator Dennis pointing out while you're in the interrogation room, Thug, Mr. Jeffrey Williams, is on a European tour?
I couldn't understand nothing that was said.
Okay. Did Investigator Dennis bring up the European tour that Jeffrey Williams on? Is that something you brought up or Investigator Dennis, to your recollection?
I guess he did.
Can you keep playing?
The one that's gonna go courtside for that, and it ain't no protective custody. It's you. So you the one that's gonna have to speak on what you need to. If you need to speak on what you need to speak on, help.
Okay. Did you hear Investigator Danis say that you were going courtside?
Yeah, I can't hear it the way it sounds.
Okay, and that's okay. Did you hear him? I'm just going to keep asking. If you didn't hear, you didn't hear. Did you hear him saying that there's no protective custody?
I don't know what he said.
Okay.
I can't say I can't.
Did you hear him say, you need to speak on what you need to speak on right after bringing up Jeffrey Williams and the European tour?
Y'all ears work better than mine. So you heard what he said.
Okay.
I can't say.
Okay. I'm going to play another portion of the clip. I'm going to ask you to listen, but I understand if you can't hear it, you can't hear it. Can you play?
That's what you gotta think about yourself.
I'm still going to jail. Period. You go to jail today. But you can determine how long you want to stand for interim.
Did you hear Investigator Gaither tell you you're going to jail,
I heard that.
but you get to determine how long?
Yeah, I can't hear it again.
Yes.
What you gotta think about yourself.
I'm still going to jail. Period. You go to
jail today.
But you can determine how long you want to stand for interim.
What did you take that to mean when Investigator Gaither says you're going to jail, but you get to determine how long?
She gave me hope.
And what would you have to do to determine? You wanted to not be in jail at all, but certainly not long, correct?
Right.
So what did you feel you needed to do?
Listen to her and seek and I finish my way out of it.
Does that include lying?
That's the first thing first.
Okay, Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS23D, which is states 378 Yankee Echo, 10:04:20 to 10:06:25?
I ain't had no parts like the shooting, none of these. I had no part. I just bad. I just ain't would do it for the thing. When they started doing this shit, everybody call my name because they all what is it? Then they come and naming me song. It ain't even me. The way y'all look at me, y'all supposed to be sending them like that.
Did you just hear yourself say that people are accusing you of things?
Bro, I can't hear nothing in there, bro.
Okay, could you play that again, Mr.?
I can't hear it. You can play it 1,000 times.
Okay, we're going to try it one more time because I think it's important. But Mr. Copeland, if you can't hear it, we'll move on, okay?
Y'all ears are better than mine.
I understand that. I'm not blaming you.
I ain't had no parts like the shooting, none of these. I ain't had no part. I just bad. I just ain't would do it for the thing. When they started doing this shit, everybody call my name because they all what is it? Then they come and naming me song. It ain't even me. The way y'all look at me, y'all supposed to be sending them like that.
Okay. Mr. Copeland, did you hear yourself say, I just hang out with Thug for the fame?
No.
Okay. Did you hear yourself say that people are saying that you're committing these crimes, certain crimes, but it's not you?
I didn't hear him. I heard I said Shannon's name, but I don't know what I said with it.
Did you hear? Well, do you remember, regardless of what you heard, do you remember saying everything that people are blaming me for, they need to look at Shannon?
I probably did. I can't
Okay.
hear what I said.
Now that you have this immunity agreement from the state, you acknowledge that you were committing crimes back then, correct?
What you mean?
Well, you've acknowledged that, and we're going to get to it later, but you've acknowledged that you and Threat shut up Rich Homie Kwan's dad's barbershop, for instance. Right? You testified to that.
All right.
Okay. So when you said, I ain't doing nothing. When people are blaming me, they need to be looking at Shannon. That was not true. That was you trying to shift blame from yourself. That was you finessing.
But I already said it.
I understand that. But that's an example of you finessing, correct? And shifting the blame from you to Shannon, right?
I said that to you, and I said that to them, and I'm saying it again. I have lied, and you're gonna keep sitting here asking me the same question you just said a minute ago. Did you?
Okay.
All right.
I mean, that's kids. I plan on taking care of my kids, man. I mean, fuck that, man. I ain't did nothing. I ain't shoot the houses. I ain't shot nobody. I mean, man, only I had a gun because the test told me, man, I had the right to defend myself. Because the same night I got killed, I came down here. I was going to tell them, but guess what I was just thinking, like, man, these niggas thug, I hold, man. Even right now, I'm still thinking about it. Like, man, I just fucked myself up, man. Just verse. Yeah. I want to say, I don't know. I don't make that decision. I ain't have no foot.
Keep going. I'm sorry.
I would talk to the USA. The judge makes.
Did you hear yourself ask Agent Cunningham if your case is going to the feds?
Yes.
Did you hear Agent Cunningham say, I don't know, I just talked to the AUSA?
No.
Okay. Keep playing.
Decision on, what's going down there. I ain't have no voice. I ain't. But you were. I don't know if you had no part of that. That's yet to be determined. But you had every part of the gun that was found today. No, you keep saying the gun that was found today. I didn't have that gun. Though I keep saying y'all my fingerprint. My fingerprint, I will come back on that gun. Do you know what actual and constructive possession is? Being around. Yeah, being around. But I didn't know what it was in there though. Just like she said she didn't know, I didn't know. Man, somebody knew. The baby didn't know. She alone. No, this is what I'm saying here. Me and her kids, we were there. But I wasn't there yesterday. But you were there this morning when they found her, sweetheart. You know how I got there this morning? You know how I didn't do that. But that's irrelevant. You were there. When they came and brought you up, it was there, you were there. That's all I need. That's on you. So what you need me to do? I'm just trying to do. I mean, that's on you. It's on me. It ain't no way I can get out of it. Help yourself. I'm trying. Help myself. You talking. That's a good start.
Did you hear yourself, Mr. Copeland, ask Agent Cunningham, what do you need me to do? I'm just trying to get out of jail.
Yes.
Okay. And did you hear Agent Cunningham respond, you help yourself? You help yourself?
Yes.
Help us help you?
Yes.
You're talking, that's a start?
I said yes.
Okay. Help us help you. Did you take that as it was time for you to finesse, to start telling stories on others, to get yourself out of this situation?
Yes.
I got one more clip I'm going to ask you to listen to, Mr. Copeland. And this is actually from February 21st, 2015. Ms. Kokomo, I'm going to ask you to publish what's already DS24A, which is already, it's a clip from States Exhibit 378 Yankee Delta from 433:33 to 436:11. And again, that's from the February 21st, 2015 interview with Investigator Gaither and Detective Thorpe, okay?
On me. You know how they got me in jail? They got me in the back. Ooh, somebody protecting me. If you feel like you need to protect me while they get me out of jail. No, bro, it don't quite work that way. It's, understand,
Now, you recognize that as Detective Thorpe's voice, correct? He's not on the video, he's off the camera, but you recognize that as his voice, correct?
You play it again?
Yep. Just back up 5 seconds.
yeah. No, bro, it don't quite work that way. It's, understand, it is not Burger King. You're not gonna have it your fucking way. I ain't trying to have my way.
You remember Detective Thorpe telling you that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to ask you to listen to what he tells you. I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page with Detective Thorpe, okay?
I haven't done no. Hear me out, because you need to get somebody who's gonna talk real shit to you. I ain't gonna fuck around with you. I already gonna told you. I'm not gonna hold your hand. I'm not gonna help you cross the street. None of that. Let me hear me. Hear me. You locked up for probation violation. Whatever happened between you and the parole board and the probation unit, that's on y'all. That's on y'all. Now, myself and Detective Gator, we're gonna took time out of our off day to get you out of jail and talk to you to see whatever information you give can be used to help you. But you gotta give in order to get. All you want to think that all you want is give me. But you want to give nothing back. Here's the thing. I didn't ask Coach, as I told you before, you and I, we're not going to do 68. I'm not going to blow you and you owe me one. No, it don't work that way. You understand what I'm getting at? Because I ain't gonna fuck around with you no more. You want people to help you out, but then you start and stop at the certain line and say, well, you figure out the rest. I got the information.
So, Mr. Copeland, that was on February 21st, 2015. You would agree that Detective Thorpe made these comments to you before you first lied and said that Mr. Garlington told you the information on Shannon and others, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Investigator Thorpe said, I ain't gonna F around with you, right?
Yes.
You have to give in order to get.
Yes.
You want to say, give me, you don't give back.
Yes.
And of course, the give me was you getting out of trouble, getting out of jail, right?
Right.
Okay. You and we aren't going to do a 68. I'm not going to blow you and you owe me one.
Right.
You said that?
Yes.
Did you understand the message that he was getting across when he said that?
Right.
We are not going to no DA and say, you cut us a break and he ain't give us nothing. You heard him say that?
Right.
Go ahead.
I have the information, but I'm not gonna say anything else. Y'all just need to go ahead and check me out of jail, and I'm good after that. No, bro, it don't work that way. Whatever fucking TV show you was watching, them motherfuckers was wrong. I don't even look at TV.
I can't hear
So
you.
whoever told you whatever you thinking, you're dead ass wrong. We're not going to go to no district attorney and say, can you go ahead and cut him a break because he gave us nothing? Nigga, don't work that way. When the fuck did life start working that way? It don't work that way. That's a fucked up. You gotta give to give. And that's just being real. Are we?
Did you hear Investigator Gaither back Detective Thorpe up and tell you, you got to give to get, and that's just being real?
Yeah, I just heard it.
Mr. Copeland, these are just some examples. The reality is the detectives in this case had been encouraging you to tell stories on others to get yourself out of trouble, correct?
For the 100th time, I've been telling you that.
You knew how to finesse on your own, right? But the detectives were also encouraging you to finesse, correct?
They were tricking me.
As I understand it, Mr. Copeland, your testimony is that you told many lies in these interviews in 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to just review with you some of the lies that you told, okay?
All right.
All right, thank you. First of all, I want to talk to you about the gray infinity. Okay?
I'm listening.
All right. Through the questioning of the police, and I don't know, maybe through other information that you've been given, you're aware that there's a surveillance video of the shooting of Donovan Thomas, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that the surveillance video shows a gray sedan, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that the police believe it to be an Infinity, correct?
They put it on the news.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo to publish DS-19A, which is a clip from States 378 Yankee A, which is the January 11, 2015 interview from 3/18/47 to 3/19/38.
Who's Walter Lee Maddox? Who's Walter Maddox? No anything? Did y'all ever rent or own an Infinity? Infinity. Y'all ever rent one of those cars before? Have you ever been stopped in an Infinity before? Yeah. Had an accident in an Infinity? No. A maximum? Have I ever had coverage in? No. Let me think. Anytime. I had coverage in the Pontiac, that was a couple years ago. I ain't had no coverage, I ain't had no red leak, I ain't have none in it.
Okay, this is the same night that Donovan Thomas was shot and killed, correct?
Can you say it again?
This is the same night, this interview was the same night that Donovan Thomas was shot and killed, correct?
I guess.
Okay. And Detective Thorpe, you heard him. He asked if you've ever owned or rented an Infinity, correct?
That's what he said.
And you said no. Right?
Right.
He asked if you ever wrecked an Infinity. Right?
Right.
And you said no.
Right.
Okay. I'm going to publish, Your Honor, with your permission, DS-19B, which is a clip from the same interview on 378 Yankee Alpha, States Exhibit 378 Yankee Alpha from 3/20/28 to 3/20/48. It's just 20 seconds.
There's a video?
Yes. 3/20/28 to 3/20/48.
Y'all ever had a Infinity Gray?
He's not playing.
Gray? Y'all ever?
Is it up now?
No.
Okay. Could you start it over?
Y'all ever had a Infinity Gray? A gray Infinity Q45 before? A truck? No. A cup? Yeah. Not I know of. Actually, but maybe his car. A red car he had rented or something like that. That's cool. That's cool.
Okay. In that clip, again, Detective Thorpe asked you about whether you ever had a gray Infinity, correct?
Right.
And you said, not that I know of.
Right.
Okay. Those were your statements on January 11, 2015, hours after Donovan Thomas was shot, correct?
Right.
Okay. I want to talk to you about the reality. The reality is that you asked Jeffrey Williams to rent you a gray Infinity, correct?
I'm listening.
Or I should say, you asked him to rent you a car, and it ended up being a gray Infinity, correct?
I'm listening.
Okay. The reality is that on the night of June 9th, going into the morning of June 10th, the same day that Donovan Thomas was shot, you were driving that Infiniti on the highway, correct?
I don't know. I can't remember. I can't remember when I was driving it.
We just saw your testimony from earlier in this trial.
Yeah,
where
but you being specific about the time. I don't know.
Okay. The reality is,
I don't know when I written on the expressway. That's what I'm saying.
okay. Do you agree that it was, I'm not asking for a time, do you agree that it was on the evening of January 9th? It was nighttime that you wrecked.
It was
correct?
nighttime.
You were speeding on the highway and you hit some cones.
I lost control. Yeah.
And that was, I believe in your testimony, you said you wrecked the car. And let me be clear, Quindarius Zachary, Lil D from Cleveland, you know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Lil D from Cleveland was in that car, that Infiniti, with you on the night you wrecked.
Yes.
Okay. And after wrecking the car, you guys reattached the bumper on the side of the highway, correct?
How you know that?
Is it true?
I'm listening.
Okay. And after you reattached the bumper, that's when you went and pulled up on threat Trevante Turner at a music studio somewhere around Northside Drive, I believe is what you said.
Yes.
Correct? And you gave that car that Infiniti to Trevante Turner.
Yes.
Okay. And in your testimony, you said, then you went home, fell asleep, and the next day you woke up, and that's when the Donovan Thomas shooting occurred, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just working through this with you. I'm not trying to trick you. So based on your testimony, you were driving that car, that Infiniti, on the evening of January 9th going into January 10th, correct?
I guess.
Of 2015 with Mr. Zachary.
I guess.
And you gave that Infiniti to your good friend, Threat, in the early morning hours of January 10th, 2015, correct?
I gave it to him at nighttime. It was dark.
Okay. So you don't remember if it was before midnight or after midnight. Is that what you're saying?
I don't keep up with the time.
Okay, that's fine. The bottom line is you were specifically asked about that Infiniti or an Infiniti hours after Donovan Thomas was shot. And you denied ever being in possession of an Infiniti, correct?
Say that again.
When you were asked on January 11th, early in the morning, talking to Detective Thorpe, when Detective Thorpe, the lead investigator of the Donovan Thomas murder, asked you about possessing a gray Infiniti, you denied that you ever had one, correct?
Right.
Okay. Let's talk about the gun at the Dunbar Rec Center. As I understand your testimony, or as I understand your statements, let me back up. I'm sorry. At the Dunbar Rec Center, we're talking about a Diamondback 223 assault rifle, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So we're not talking about a handgun. We're talking about a semi-automatic machine gun? Is that a fair assessment?
A chopper.
A chopper. Okay. And in your statements back in 2015, you repeatedly denied possession of that gun, didn't you?
They put it on me.
Okay. And your testimony actually here today is that you were just there playing basketball and they put it on you.
That's what the video would show.
Okay. You specifically said in your statements when you were trying to get out of jail, I ain't do nothing, right?
Right.
Okay. The reality is that you pled to that case in federal court, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In federal court, you acknowledged possessing that gun.
Yes.
Okay. And you were sentenced.
Yes.
Okay. And and to be fair to you, you served your sentence, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the stolen IDs in the rental car and the laptop in the apartment on June 10th, 2015, okay? And that's the day that the federal agents kicked into
Yeah.
Sean's door and locked you up. And that's also the same day that you made up the story and lied and said Demekion Garlington told you that Shannon and others were responsible for killing Donovan Thomas, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you play DS23I for me, Mr. Kokomo? And that's States Exhibit 378 Yankee Echo from June 10th, 2015, from 11:25:01 to 11:26:20.
Like I said, you didn't say that. You said, I tell you, did that shit. Yeah. Okay. They want to know now? Need the infrared. Little Mike, man.
Pause.
Can you play it again?
Yes, we can.
Like I said, you didn't say that. You said, I tell you, did that shit. Yeah. Okay. They want to know now? Need the infrared. Little Mike, man. Little Mike quiz.
In that clip, you're being asked about how those stolen items ended up in your apartment and your rental car, correct?
Yes.
And you're telling the investigators that you didn't do those auto breakings that resulted in those items being stolen, correct?
Right.
You're saying it was Little Mike and Quez from Etheridge?
Yes.
You ain't never heard of them? You ain't never heard of them? They want him. Whatever they call it about them. I'm pretty wait. You pull out the other day about 5 o'clock y'all at night.
It's gonna be a lot of motherfuckers out there.
How am I gonna know it's them?
You.
Well,
Why you got to come?
I don't know it. Why I got it?
Yeah.
Kind of jewels out for them. What that mean? Make me run out for them.
What, sell somebody out there?
Nah, just like, I mean,
What's the fuck?
make me run out for them. How did you get it? How did you get it? Shit, then I got it. When they bought the cup, Tay bought the cup back to me. Wait a minute, Tay borrowed the Jeep. Yeah.
Lil D, bro.
No. You know what I'm talking about. You talking about Trevante. Yeah, you let Trevante use the car. Yeah, he's supposed to kill him. You know what I'm saying? But when they pull that car, I didn't know.
Okay. There you're saying that you gave the car to Javante, who gave it to Lil Mike and Quez, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you would agree that detectives Gaither and Dennis are telling you we've never even heard of Lil Mike and Quez, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Copeland, Lil Mike is not a real person, is he?
No.
That was the finesse. You invented a person out of thin air, correct?
Yes.
Quez is not a real person. You invented him out of thin air on the spot, correct?
Yes.
You invented those people to take the heat off of you and put it on fictional characters.
I done told y'all that's what I do.
That's your finesse, right? The reality is that stolen merchandise was found in your apartment and in your rental car, and you invented fictional characters to take the heat off yourself, right? I know you're going to say, I told you that's what I do.
I guess.
But I got to ask the questions. You understand? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, October 27, 2021. Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Mr. Copeland, I am handing you what's been marked DS 25C. Do you recognize the people in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and who are those people?
Me and the police.
Okay, and do you know either of the police officers' names?
Miss V, and I think that the white man named Kelly, something like that.
Okay, could the Caucasian gentleman be known as Investigator Kettle?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, and Ms. V is Investigator Viverito?
Yeah, the probation officer.
Okay. And are you in an interrogation room in that photo?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a photo from the interrogation of you on October 27, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I would ask to admit DS 25C into evidence.
All right.
Mr. Kokomo, could you publish that? Okay, and like I asked you about the photo from June 10, 2015, I'm going to ask about this photo as well. You don't appear to be wearing a Fulton County blue uniform, are you?
No.
Okay, and I can't tell if were your arms shackled together during that interview?
My leg.
All right, and we see you're wearing Timberland boots, and we see a chain right next to the boot, correct?
It's on my leg.
Right, and that's shackling you to the ground.
Yes.
You are under arrest in this photo.
Yes.
Okay, and you know that you are soon to be wearing a Fulton County blue uniform, correct?
That's what they told me.
Okay. And the allegations of that case were you were pulled over at Atlantic Station in Atlanta, correct?
No.
Where were you?
Walking.
Okay, you were walking. All right. According to the police, they searched a car that they were saying was yours, right?
Yes.
And they found a handgun under the car seat, correct?
That's what they claim.
Okay. And you were a convicted felon, so you're not allowed to possess the handgun.
But I was walking.
Okay, I understand that's what you're saying. But you were charged with reckless conduct and possession of firearm by a convicted felon, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
No. I was charged with driving with suspended license and a firearm.
Okay. Thank you for that correction. When you say firearm, you're talking about possession of firearm by a convicted felon.
Yes.
Okay. And there's a little complication with that explanation. You were in fact searched after you were arrested, correct?
I was tased and everything.
Okay. And when the police searched your clothing, correct?
Yes.
And they actually found a magazine in your pocket, and bullets in your pocket, correct?
That's what they say.
In the pocket of the pants you were wearing, correct?
That's what they say.
Okay. And when I say a magazine, that's a component of a gun that holds the bullets, correct?
I guess.
Okay. All right. Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS25B, which is from 10/27/21 interview from 2/23/05 to 2/23/58?
I think that video has been tendered and admitted.
Has it, do you know?
It has not.
I am asking to, well, I'll go about this a different way. Thank you, Ms. Hill.
I don't have an objection, I'm just saying that it's not
Well,
admitted.
I might not need to play the video. Mr. Copeland, do you remember in that interview, you were asked about if that's not your gun in the car, and if you were just walking, why do you have a magazine with bullets in your pocket? Correct? You remember them asking you that?
Can I speak to my lawyer?
Yes. Well,
Yes, you can. Let's take a break anyway. We'll take about 15 minutes.
I have approximately an hour more, maybe an hour and a half.
Okay. And Mr. Williams, were you gonna do any cross?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. We'll break. Mr. Short, you say you have maybe another hour or hour and a half. Okay. And then the state thinks redirect of,
About an hour and a half, 2 hours.
okay. So Mr. Copeland, I'm sure much to his chagrin, will be coming back on Tuesday of next week anyway. Here's the situation. We also need to deal with what we're going to do about the juror. And I know y'all wanted some further information and maybe to even ask some questions. And it doesn't necessarily have to be done today, but it has to be done fairly quickly if the ultimate decision is going to be something other than she stays here. So we can do one or the other this afternoon. We could either finish your cross or we could deal with the juror, but I don't think we can do both, which is fine. So I just was kind of maybe going to ask you, do you have a preference?
I would prefer to finish my cross.
Okay, and I think that probably makes more sense anyway, but we're going to need to then deal with the juror issue Tuesday, I think is, we just can't leave that out there. You know, I'm sure she's wondering what the decision's going to be.
Are we able, if Mr. Shart, I know he said he was going to go for maybe another hour to
Yeah.
hour and a half. If he does finish just before 5 or within a certain amount of time, would the court be willing to inquire of the juror?
Sure, if we, you know, if it's like close to 5, but I don't want, you know, yes, maybe. It just all depends on what our timing's going to be. Okay, all right, let's get Mr. Copeland back in, get the jury back in.
All right, for the jury.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Copeland, before we broke, we were talking about the October 27, 2021 interview with Investigator Viverito and Investigator Kettle, correct? Okay. And you were being accused of possession of a firearm and driving offenses.
Yes.
And in that statement you gave on October 27, 2021, okay, you were denying possessing the firearm that was found in the car that they said was being driven by you.
Yes.
Okay. And what I was asking you about is about your pockets being searched after your arrest, right?
I'm listening.
Okay. And the reality is the police did search your pockets and they found a magazine and some bullets. And Investigator Viverito told you that, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. You told investigator Viverito that the magazine and the bullets were in your pocket because you had just grabbed someone else's pants and put them on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The reality, Mr. Copeland, is that those were your pants.
Prove it.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did you plead guilty to possessing a firearm in case 22 SC 182134 on June 28, 2023?
I play NOLO.
Okay. And that was involving this incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. Going to ask you about the shooting of Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop. Okay. Is that okay?
No.
Okay, well, I got to do it. You're aware that Rich Homie Kwan's father does own a barbershop in Atlanta, correct?
I guess.
Okay. 2014, someone shot up Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop, correct?
I guess.
Okay. And this was a big deal. Rich Homie Kwan, at least at that time, was a well-known rapper.
I'm listening.
Okay. And Rich Homie Kwan was trying to find answers to who shot up his father's barbershop, correct?
That's
I mean, he came to you for answers.
All right.
You knew Rich Homie Kwan, right?
Something like that.
Okay. And he came to you for answers, and he told you that he thought Trevante Turner, threat, shot up his father's barbershop.
Right.
And you took it upon yourself to convince Rich Homie Kwan that it was not threat.
Right.
And you did that, at least partially, because you knew that Rich Homie Kwan was thinking about putting money on Threat's head, correct?
I'm listening.
And when I say money on Threat's head, taking out a contract to have to have Trevante Turner, Threat, killed.
I'm listening.
25,000, right?
I'm listening.
Okay. On January 28th, 2015, you were asked by investigator Dennis about the shooting of Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop, correct?
You said when?
January 28th, 2015, during the interviews that we've been talking about.
All right.
Okay. The interviews that you've said you lied in, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish DS22A, which is States 378 Yankee Bravo. And the time is 7:24:00 to 7:27:30.
All right.
Okay, and on the screen, that's you, Investigator Dennis, and Investigator Gaither, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Damn, Rich on corner, like you got 25,000 here, take killed. It's like from the picture you just showed me. Nah, tell you who just got shot the other night. Oh, in the car over there. Okay. He had 25,000 here.
We're going to get to Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop in a second. Trevante Turner is now sadly deceased, correct? All right. When you were talking about him being shot back in 2015, he was also shot in 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was Shell Kel who shot?
I'm not for sure who shot him.
Okay.
Take you.
Who did?
This Rich on corner shit. Cause he be telling me. So I'm telling Rich on corner like, but you got any niggas in your house? These same niggas that shut up my house, bro. Right. Rich on corner like, he like, bro, they just look like that, bro. He like, we the same shit. I'm like, but still, bro, you out here hating these niggas this and that. So Rich on corner like, bro, it ain't dead. We saying shit, I just can't turn my back on. Like, it ain't dead, bro. You support these niggas, bro. So the more you support them, the more they gonna come out and do that. If you leave them alone.
And in there, we still haven't gotten to the barbershop part, but in there, you're talking about conversations with Rich Homie Quan and his problems being linked to the Bloods, correct?
I guess.
Okay, and Rich Homie Quan not really being built like that.
For sure.
Okay. And the fact that he was scared to leave the Bloods, but in your opinion, they wanted to use Rich Homie Quan for his money.
I'm talking to the police.
Okay. But that's what's being discussed.
All right.
I'm not saying it's the truth. That's what's being discussed, though.
All right.
Okay.
Then everything gonna go away. Yeah. Then you're like, just protect me, bro. We need y'all, bro. I need y'all to protect me. How the hell we gonna protect you? You and these niggas out here doing it. Then you're like, so you shot my truck, bro. That side of the truck. Man, you been, you know what I mean? You been around. Like, nah, okay. You went there like this.
What did he have a 25 to do? Say here, bro.
Say, his daddy got shot.
Recon.
Rich Homie Quan. It's barbershop. So like how they say my name? On Bankhead, they say Tay name. They saying Tay did. I know Tay.
And just so we're clear, you said Rich Homie Quan's daddy got shot. So it wasn't just a barbershop that was shot. His barbershop was shot, but he actually got shot in the barbershop, correct?
I don't know nothing about all that.
Okay. Well, that's what you said. You said that Rich
I'm
Homie
talking
Quan.
to the police again.
Okay.
Ain't do it. You know what I'm saying? Then I don't lie and stuff saying Tay said like his mom. I know Tay ain't do it. You know what I'm saying? Because the night before we just hit the party.
Yeah, who did it?
Somebody else did some.
Spit it out.
You know what I'm saying? But it's supposed to be some niggas that had money over there. You know what I'm saying?
Niggas over there got money.
No, I'm talking about Bankhead.
A lot of niggas over there got money.
So when I started thinking, I couldn't think of the name, but this nigga supposed to have paid somebody on Johnson Road on one of them streets over there to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
To kill him and retaliate, to get that Quan? Or to target his daddy?
Like the same day, we like, I was in the street, I seen Quan crying. I'm like, oh, bro. He need to try to kill my dad. You know what I'm saying? But him and Tate been having problems. So that's why he think.
Okay. And you just, about 15 seconds before we paused it, you were talking about who shot up Rich Homie Quan's barbershop. Rich Homie Quan's father's barbershop. And you said a man from Bankhead with money hired someone from Johnson Road to do it, right?
I'm listening.
Is that correct? Is that what you said?
That's what I said.
Okay. Somebody from Bankhead, and when you say Bankhead, you're talking about Donnelly Hollowell Road, right?
I guess.
Okay, well, you said it. Bankhead means street.
Bankhead mean that area.
Okay. That area off of Bankhead. And he paid someone from Johnson Road to shoot up Rich Homie Quan.
I ain't pay nobody to do nothing.
I didn't say you.
Oh.
The person from Bankhead with money, according to you in this interview, person from Bankhead with money paid someone from Johnson Road to shoot up Rich Homie Quan's barbershop.
Again, I'm talking to the police.
Okay.
Tate.
Right.
Him going through it, him and Tate murder each other. But he don't even know that Tate.
Right.
How y'all have a problem? But Tate is a schoolboy.
Mm-hmm.
And they feel like they do retaliation. Man, it ain't. But I couldn't say him because no matter how many times I tried to speak up Tate, he always had in his head, Tate did.
Right.
So like, man, y'all tripping, man.
So that's what that was about the other day.
I called Tate, he ain't answer. I was gonna hesitate, but I had Tate put up on me like probably like Friday or Thursday or Friday. Tate pulled out like, hey bro, Rich Homie Quan got 25,000 on your head.
Why so much?
He's scared of Tate.
Yeah.
He really scared. He's scared of Tate. So I said, Tate, I'm like, bro, you trying to face him like, then Rich Homie Quan's supposed to go and kill her. You know what I'm saying? So I'm feeling like that's what he did because the whole time he been having the money on Tate's head. And he ain't do it. So when he going the man out, that's what happened. They don't announce on him. You feel what I'm saying? But I ain't talked to Tay. So I don't know how it happened. I don't know what happened. But I know Tay was messing with nobody. Tay started doing whatever he was doing. He just ran around and he trying to be a rapper.
Okay. So let's unravel. And I'm not saying, Mr. Copeland, please understand, I'm not saying that's the truth. I'm just talking about what you told the police.
I told you, I told the police anything.
I understand. I understand that. Okay. But I'm just want to talk about what you said. I'm not saying it's the truth. In that story that you gave the police, you were saying that Rich Homie Quan was convinced that Trevante Turner, Tay, shot up his father's barbershop.
What I'm saying is, you think I'm letting somebody hurt my partner? So if I'm having a conversation with Rich Homie and he trying to put some money on my friend, you think I'm gonna really have that conversation with him? It don't make any sense.
Okay, but can I finish my question? So what you told the police, not saying it's the truth, what you told the police is that you talked to Rich Homie Quan and tried to convince him that Tay did not shoot up his father's barbershop because Rich Homie Quan had $25,000 on his head, right? That's what you told the police.
Never put the police on what's going on. Mislead the police. That's my always the mindset.
I got you.
All right, you keep talking about what I told them.
I understand. I think we're all on the same page.
We can't be.
Okay. Let me ask you another question. Okay, let's play the next clip. DS24B, which is 378 Yankee Delta. It's from February 21st, 2015, from 4/12/10 to 4/16.
You playing the video?
Yes. Thank you.
I'm trying to resolve the problem at hand. And I told you the only way for you to start resolving, to get this shit started and resolving it, is you gotta talk to us straight up. That's it. You gotta talk to us straight up. Because if you're not, it's just gonna continue and continue and continue. And I hate to see you or anybody else come up there behind the bullshit because everybody wanna be loyal to the streets. And
Rich Homie Quan said, kill to shoot Tay after he brought him up. They tricked Tay over there. I don't know, laying out there hiding.
Not saying it's true. You told Investigator Gaither that Rich Homie Quan paid Shell Kel, to shoot Tay. Correct?
That's what I said.
Okay.
And then when Tay pulled to pick somebody up. But when Tay pulled, get ready to call Nick, come back out there, they started. Then my so-called sister, not my mama child, somebody on another one, but go around telling folks that I shot a house up when she know the whole time they shit Tay up. So you see what I got to go through?
Hold on, let me get this straight. You said Quan paid who? Kel to shoot at Tay. To kill Tay. How much you paid?
It's supposed to be $25,000.
Did he get it?
I told Tay before that. I told Tay, come pull up on me. Tay pull up on me. I said, bro, look, bro. I love you there, bro. But you gotta get out of the way, bro. Rich Homie Quan, goddamn, you want you dead, bro. Why? Cause somebody shot Rich Homie Quan dead at the box shop.
Right.
They think it was Tay.
Right?
Yeah, they think it was Tay. I don't think it was Rich Homie Quan. It wasn't Tay.
Who was it?
I don't know. Then the crazy thing about it, they, like, as I was listening, they were speaking on it like, it's supposed to be somebody on Bankhead with some money. I don't know who his name was, who he is. I never heard. I heard him say a name, but I can't think what it is. But I know if I was to hear it, I know it. But he's supposed to have paid somebody to do it. But I'm telling Rich Homie Quan, like, I know Tay ain't do it. You feel me? That ain't Tay. Tay not just gonna walk up and shoot nobody. So he like, what I'm telling you, it was Tay. I'm like, no, it wasn't. He like, man, I'm telling you, I'm like, I know it went, but I'm not gonna lie.
All right. So in that interview on a different day, you're again talking about the shooting of the Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop and of Rich Homie Kwan's father, correct?
I'm listening.
Okay. And again, what you just said on that tape was someone from Bankhead with some money paid someone to do it, right?
Right.
Okay. So in two separate interviews, you told detectives that someone from Bankhead with some money hired someone from Johnson Road to shoot up Rich Homie Kwan's barbershop. Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop, correct?
I'm listening.
Is that correct? You said that in two different interviews. Okay. Now, the reality, Mr. Copeland, is once you are given immunity as a witness in this case, you testified in court earlier when Ms. Hilton was asking questions that it was in fact you and Trevante Turner who shot up Rich Homie Kwan's barbershop, didn't you?
How many times we gonna go over this?
You and Trevante Turner, in fact, shot up Rich Homie Kwan's barbershop, correct?
I'm listening.
The reality, Mr. Copeland, is the 25K on someone's head was completely made up by you, correct?
Right.
The reality is there's somebody from Bankhead with some money, those details, somebody from Bankhead with money, that was completely made up, correct?
Right.
The reality is someone from Johnson Road being hired and you would recognize their name if you heard it. All that was made up on the spot, on the fly, in the mind of Kenneth Copeland, wasn't it?
Right.
That was you finessing. Just like Lil Mike and Quez were made up on the spot. The man from Bankhead with money, the man from Johnson Road were made up characters.
I done told y'all 100 times I don't lie. You sitting right here keep trying to throw it in my face. I don't admit it till I lied.
I'm not trying to throw it in your face, Mr. Copeland. I'm giving you an opportunity to come clean.
I thought I did that.
Okay. Are these the type of details? You remember when you talked about details make your lies more believable to the police? Lil Quez from Etheridge, Mike or Lil Mike from Etheridge, Quez from Etheridge, man on Bankhead with money, man from Johnson Road. I would remember his name if someone said it. Are those the type of little details that you add to your finesse to make it more believable to the police?
Sound like that.
I'm going to move on to another topic, okay? Your Honor, may I approach the witness with DS-30? Mr. Copeland, I'm asking you to look at DS-30. Do you recognize the person on the right of that photograph?
On who right?
On your right.
Yeah.
That's Donovan Thomas, correct?
There's no.
Okay, you call him not. And in that photograph, is that a fair and accurate representation of Donovan Thomas? That's a picture of him, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and is he wearing a chain in that photograph?
Look like it.
And that chain is in fact a peanut chain, correct?
I can't tell.
Well, okay, you're familiar with his chain, correct?
It's a peanut chain.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would move to admit DS 30 into evidence.
Admitted.
Mr. Kokomo, if you could publish that picture, please. Hanging from Mr. Thomas's neck is essentially what the Planter's Peanut Man. It's a chain of the Planter's Peanut Man. And that is Donovan Thomas's chain, and that is a chain that he owned in 2015, correct?
I guess.
And he owned it in 2014 as well, correct?
Shit, I guess.
You are aware that in late 2014, Donovan Thomas's chain went missing, correct?
Right.
Someone stole it.
If that's what you want to call it.
Do you remember on January 11, 2015, the day you went to talk to Detective Thorpe? Detective Thorpe asked you about your relationship with Donovan Thomas, right?
I'm listening.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you publish DS 18A, which is States 378 Yankee Alpha, which is January 11, 2015, 3:14:23 to 3:14:36. It's just 13 seconds, if you could listen.
That I talked birthday straight while I was I didn't do it. I never had, I'm with it. Ain't never had two words to each other. Me and that was always okay. You know what I'm saying? Only person I had a problem with was Kev. I already be with him. When we see each other, it's up. When they be with him.
Okay, Mr. Kokomo, could you now publish DS 18B, which is from January 11th, 2015, 3:20:50 to 3:21:04 a.m.
So we never had a problem with that. Never in life. Okay. Never cool. Okay. We just had a problem with Brother Kev. Yes. Describe Kev to me. So you picture.
Mr. Kokomo, could you publish DS 18C, which is from the same interview, same exhibit, 3:30:31 to 3:31:02?
I switched up on them, so they got you. Yeah, so they got their ass with you. But I know that they saying like, I didn't do it, I did something. I know it ain't, you know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to go to jail, I ain't trying to be dead, I ain't trying to go to nobody's funeral, I'm not none of this. Me and nothing ain't never had a problem. You know what I'm saying? Somebody, I put show it to you. A person come on my Instagram page and say, you gonna die tonight. They come on my picture and say, your Instagram? Yes. You gonna die.
And finally, Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS 18D, which is from the same interview, 3:41:50 to 3:42:45 a.m.
I don't know what to do, but I didn't do it. Like, I'm lost. Like right now, man, I really am, man. I'm scared. I'm lost. I always wondering, but I can't even think, man. Like, I don't know what to do, man. I don't, man. Cause my name come like in everything, I'll be the same with it. But now somebody's dead, and I know how it feels to lose one. You know what I'm saying? I was my closest friend. You know what I'm saying? And now they show up at mama house and stuff like that, but like, and it ain't even dead. It's a game. It's the whole clip. You know what I'm saying? They deep. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing that put fear in my heart, cause now I gotta watch out for everywhere I go. I have to watch out, and it ain't nothing I can do about it, man. I didn't have nothing to do with this. I didn't kill him. I didn't have him killed. I ain't never tried to fight him. I ain't never tried to rob him. I ain't never done nothing to nothing.
In that January 11th interview, you stated to Detective Thorpe on 4 different occasions that you never had any problem with Nut, that you and Nut were okay, correct?
I'm listening.
Okay. You specifically said, I've never tried to fight him. I've never tried to rob him. I've never tried to do nothing to Nut.
Right.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo to publish DS-21, which is States 378 Yankee Beta from 8/11/50 to 8/13/18. Hold on one second, Mr. Kokomo. And Your Honor, I'm sorry. I'm going to ask a couple questions first. Going to your January 28th, 2015 interview. Well, in general,
Let's just get to your question. You want to know, did I take the change?
we're going to get there. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. But in 2014, Donovan Thomas's chain went missing, was stolen out of his car, correct?
Right.
All right. To people in hip hop, a chain is a very personal thing, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know that? Okay. Mr. Kokomo, if you could publish DS-21.
Like, and then, like, they would have somebody broke in that car and gave me the phone and the jury. But when I realized I was ticked, you know what I'm saying? What the hell? This nut shit. But I called Nut. Hey, man, I got your shit right here. Pull up on me. He come pull up on me. But before I gave back to him, I already hit Timmy. And he was texting Kill like, come on, bro, I introduced you to these folks, bro. You just took them out. And he was like, he sent big paragraph and Kill this and like, man, nigga, like, nigga, what up? You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, I'm out here, nigga, you ain't doing it for me. Yeah. This one reading. You know what I'm saying? So, Nuts and big paragraph, more paragraph, more paragraph, more paragraph. Kill like, man, like, he ain't say back, like, man, nigga, fuck you, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But Nut pull up. That one, don't nobody know it. You know what I'm saying? Nut pull up. Him and Greedy. Man, Nut got each other up. Like, bro, here, your stuff right here. You know what I'm saying? He like, how you get it, bro? I ain't want to tell him. One of the young niggas on the vehicle broke in his car.
Okay. In that story, you were saying that someone stole a chain from Nut, correct? The peanut chain.
Yeah.
And that person, and not only his chain, but his ID, his wallet, his phone, correct?
Right.
And that person happened to give you Donovan Thomas's belongings.
Right.
And you said, you told the police, you realized it was Donovan Thomas's chain. And you called Nut and wanted to return his stuff, right? And specifically, right before we paused it, you said you didn't want to tell Donovan Thomas who took it, right?
Right.
You wouldn't want to tell Donovan Thomas who took it because Donovan Thomas is what some people might say is the big homie, right? He's a gang leader. You don't just take Donovan Thomas's chain and it's all cool, correct?
I don't know.
Well, that's why you wouldn't want to tell Donovan Thomas who took it, correct? You'd want to protect whoever took that chain. You wouldn't want Donovan Thomas gunning for that person for disrespecting his property, right?
Right.
Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS-24D, which is States 378 Yankee Delta, which is from February 21st, 2015. And this is from 537:44 to 540:26.
no nothing yet in Canada at night.
It's not playing.
He told me pull up there one day.
Is it popped up now?
No.
You started again, Mr. Kokomo.
There you go.
Thank you.
I was spying no nothing yet in Canada at night. He told me pull up there one day. Somebody had one of my little punk broke in the car, stole his chain, his phone, his ID, my driver's license. And I gave it back to him. Like, you know, I got it. Man, it's not shit, nigga. Yeah. But I really thought he was gonna give me some back for it. I called him like, hey man, I got the shit, bro. Like, for real, bro? Like, yeah. Like, where you at? I'm like, right here in Mechanicsville. I'm on my way to Mechanicsville. He like, all right, call me when you get out there. So he called me back. I'm like, shit, I'm here, they waiting now. He's like, all right. So when I get out there, I call him. He's like, pull up at 90 spot. Like, shit, I ain't got no ride now. I got dropped out right about 4. So I'm finna pull up. What's that? I'm like, pull up, like, I got a pump from player. He pull up, bag in, him and Vic. She get out the car. Vic was in the car. What's up? Like, what's up, bro? She nut came. Like, here you go, bro. You ready? Double up. Get him double. Your shoulder thing. So when I get him double, but I was spying no nothing yet in Canada at night.
Again, on February 21st, 2015, you're telling that investigator about your partner stealing from Donovan Thomas and then giving you the chain and the phone and the wallet, and then you returning it back to Donovan Thomas, right? And you dapped him up, and you and Donovan Thomas were all good, right? Okay. January 11th, 2015, you repeatedly said you had no problems with Donovan Thomas, right? January 28th, you talked about the chain. There was someone else that took it. You returned it to Donovan Thomas, wouldn't tell him who took it, but y'all were all good, right? February 21st, 2015, you again repeated that story about one of your partners taking the chain, it ending up in your hands. You returned it to Donovan Thomas, you dap him up, you're all good, right? Mr. Copeland, the reality is, late in 2014, you broke into Donovan Thomas's truck. Isn't that correct?
The door was open.
The reality is, you knew that was Donovan Thomas's truck. You know what he drove, right? You went into his truck and took his peanut chain, right? You knew it was Donovan Thomas's peanut chain, but you didn't care. You wanted to disrespect Donovan Thomas. You wanted to take his stuff. Isn't that correct?
It wasn't about disrespecting him.
The reality is, Mr. Copeland, that Donovan Thomas called his phone and you answered. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
The reality is, you knew that Donovan Thomas knew that you stole his stuff.
I ain't steal it.
Objection, speculation.
The reality is that you knew you bit off more than you could chew.
What you mean by that?
Donovan Thomas was coming after you.
Objection, speculation. Based on the evidence, relevance.
Sustained.
The reality is, you made up this whole story about returning his chain, about your partner breaking in, and all the rest to try to throw Donovan Thomas off of your scent. Correct? But Donovan Thomas knew.
Objection, speculation. Vague.
Sustained.
When you told Detective Thorpe on January 11th, 2015, that you ain't never have no problems with Donovan Thomas, that you and Nut were cool, you never brought up the chain, did you?
For what?
When you said you ain't never tried to rob him, you ain't done nothing to Donovan Thomas, you never brought up the chain, did you?
That ain't robbery.
You and Donovan Thomas were far from cool. TIG stands for Think It's a Game, correct? Ms. Copeland, TIG is Think It's a Game, correct?
You know it.
Okay. That's a record label?
I guess.
That's a record label that Donovan Thomas was associated with, correct?
I guess.
Run out of Summerhill
I don't know.
neighborhood in Atlanta. Mr. Bennett, also known as Lucci, wrapped under that label. Think It's a Game, correct?
I guess.
Okay. Think It's a Game had a studio on Metropolitan Avenue in Atlanta back in 2015, correct?
I guess.
You may.
Mr. Copeland, I'm going to ask you to look at DS31. Is that, do you recognize DS31?
Yeah.
Okay. That is the building that housed TIG Studios back in 2015, correct?
I guess.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that DS31 be put into evidence, be admitted into evidence.
All right, it's submitted.
That's the studio that Lucci went to make songs, correct?
I guess.
That's the studio that Donovan Thomas would be at, correct?
I guess.
That's the studio that Rich Homie Quan would be at, correct?
I guess.
Okay. You are aware that on January 8th, 2015, late at night on January 8th, 2015, the TIG studios were shot up, correct? You know that, right?
I'm listening.
You are aware that Rich Homie Kwan's truck was struck by bullets on January 8th, 2015. His windshield was shot out, correct?
You don't know.
You're aware that Donovan Thomas was present at TIG Studios on January 8th, 2015. Isn't that true?
I don't hang up there.
DS22B, please, Mr. Kokomo. I would like to publish, Your Honor, DS22B, which is from January 28, 2015 interview, states Exhibit 378 Yankee Beta 7/24/39 to 7/25/06.
All right.
Like, it ain't dead, bro. You support these niggas, bro. So the more you support them, the more they gonna come out and do that. If you leave them alone, then everything gonna go away. Yeah. And you're like, just protect me, bro. We need y'all, bro. I need y'all to protect me. How the hell we gonna protect you? You and these niggas out here doing it. And you're like, so you shot my truck, bro. That side of the truck. Man, you been, you know what I mean? You been
You are talking to the police about Rich Homie Quan asking you if you shot up his truck, correct? In that interview.
That's what he just said.
Okay. I'm gonna play the number straight.
you in there like this.
What did he have a 25 to do? Tell you here, bro.
That's it. So, Rich Homie Quan questioned you about whether you were the person that was outside the TIG studio shooting up in that studio on January 8, 2015. Isn't that correct?
You can't question me.
Not talking about what you told the police. I'm talking about reality now. On January 6th, 2015, you were at Club Crucial.
I'm listening.
You were in possession of a large amount of money and you were showing off in front of a bunch of people that knew you, in front of a bunch of girls, correct?
I'm listening.
In front of all these people at this club, Kelvin Watts, Shell Kell, Donovan Thomas's brother, jumped you, correct?
I'm listening.
He tested you. He started punching you. He tried to take your stuff. He gave you a black eye.
He punched me in the back. He didn't hit me in he didn't face me off.
Okay. Well, you had a swollen face.
Because another nigga hit me.
Okay. Who was with Shell Kell?
What's up, bro?
He was with Shell Kell, the other person that hit you?
Obviously, he went with me.
These men, Shell Kell and his friends, tested you publicly in front of a bunch of people, in front of a bunch of girls, correct? They tried to run your pockets, right?
I'm listening.
Pardon my language, it pissed you off.
Just like you is.
Okay. 2 days later, on January 8th, 2015, you found out that Nut and Rich Homie Quan were outside the TIG studios on Metropolitan Avenue, didn't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You got in that rented Infinity and drove up to that studio, didn't you?
Your Honor, objection assuming facts not in evidence.
I'll allow it.
You took your gun with you. You stood outside the fence and you shot at TIG Studios. And you put a bullet in Rich Homie Quan's truck. Did you not?
You got proof?
Was Trevante with you when you went to the TIG Studios?
Do you got proof?
All right, we're going to change the subject, Mr. Copeland.
All right.
To your understanding, now you pled to the possession of a firearm case from 2021. You pled to that recently, this year.
Say that again?
You pled to that case this year, correct? Earlier this year, the possession of firearm that you were interviewed about on October 27, 2021?
I don't know if it was this year or last year.
Okay, fair enough. To your understanding, you still have a pending matter in front of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, correct?
Shit, I ain't no telling. I don't know.
Well, you discussed it. You gave an interview with the Danza Project recently, right?
Right.
All right, and you discussed a pending matter where your understanding is you are charged with filing a false report.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. To your understanding, you're charged with false report of a crime and false statements, 2 felonies, correct?
Right.
And the allegation is that while you were at Fulton County Jail,
Relevance as to the specific conduct or the specific, an improper impeachment to the specific extrinsic evidence of the specific incident that occurred.
Okay, I can't really hear you very well, but I think we might need to approach about this anyway.
may I approach
You may.
DS 27A and DS 27B?
Yes.
Mr. Copeland, could you just look at those two documents? Do you recognize those documents?
I seen them before, yeah.
Are those the arrest warrants taken out for you for false report of a crime and false statements that you believe are still pending against you?
Yeah.
Okay. And briefly, the allegation is that, well, Your Honor, I would move to admit DS 27A and DS 27B into evidence.
They're admitted over objection.
Mr. Copeland, briefly, the allegations against you that you believe are pending are that you accused a jail worker or a deputy of spraying with OC spray at the jail.
Right.
And the deputies, the supervisors, reviewed the videotape from the jail and determined that the jail worker did not have OC spray on her and did not spray you with any OC spray in the jail. Isn't that correct?
Right.
Did you know that the state, while this trial was going on, dismissed that case against you?
I didn't know that.
I brought you good news. May I approach with 27C?
You may.
Does that document say State of Georgia versus Kenneth Copeland?
I think.
Okay. That document indicates.
You may.
Correct me if I'm wrong, does this document say the facts of this case have been reviewed, and although it appears that probable cause existed for the defendant's arrest, the decision of the district attorney at this time is not to prosecute the above named defendant? Is that what that says?
Yeah.
Okay. It says the reasons for this decision are as follows: prosecutorial discretion. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
yes,
the person whose name is on this document is Fonnie T. Willis, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That document does not indicate that your charges, your pending charges for false report of a crime and false statement, they don't indicate that those are dismissed forever, just for now, at this time, correct?
I guess.
Okay. And nothing in that document says we dismiss this case because we were wrong, Mr. Copeland's innocent. It said prosecutorial discretion, correct?
What they mean?
Okay. It means they just made the decision to do it.
All right, that we can strike that part. Ask your next question.
Isn't it true? And you just found out that this was dismissed today, but isn't it true that while you were on the state's witness list to testify in this case, the state was simultaneously, at the same time, prosecuting you for false statements and false report of a crime. Isn't that true?
Talk to me so I can understand.
They were calling you a liar at the same time that they were asking this jury to believe what you're saying. Isn't that true?
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk about your immunity agreement with the state. They told you in that June 10th, 2024 meeting that you did not ask for, that any crime that you talked about, they were not going to prosecute you for. Correct?
Yeah.
You can talk about shooting Rich Homie Kwan's dad's barber shop. You can talk about shooting Rich Homie Kwan's father. They're not going to prosecute you for those things, right? That's what they told you. That's the promise they made to you. Correct?
Characterization of the evidence.
Sustained.
Is that your understanding?
Nothing I say can be used against me.
Okay. There's one exception.
If I say that I did, yeah,
Okay. The Donovan Thomas thing.
yes.
Mr. Copeland, you don't know any of these gentlemen back here to have a personal beef with Donovan Thomas, do you?
What you mean?
Back in 2015, you didn't know any of these gentlemen to have a personal beef with Donovan Thomas.
I never said I did.
Okay. The reality, Mr. Copeland, is you were the person who had a problem with Donovan Thomas. Isn't that correct? You were the one that broke into Donovan Thomas's car, correct?
So in facts, not in evidence.
Overruled.
You've admitted to it. You're the one that stole Donovan Thomas's chain, correct? Ms. Copeland, you're the one that shot up Donovan Thomas's friend, Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop in 2014, correct? You're the one that was going back and forth with Donovan Thomas's brother, Kelvin Watts, correct? You've called his brother a waste of space in October 2021, didn't you?
Mr. Copeland's not answering the question, and so
Yeah,
he needs a
apparently
response.
Mr. Shard doesn't care whether he answers or not, so it's fine with me. I mean,
fine
if
with
he
me
wants
too.
an answer, he can say that.
You called Kelvin Watts a waste of space in October 2021, didn't you?
And I don't think nobody walking earth would not agree with it.
You said that people would cheer if he died. Correct?
I will. Back in the days.
You've shot at Donovan Thomas's brother, Kelvin Watts, correct? You're the one who got jumped by Donovan Thomas's brother on January 6, 2015 at Club Crucial, correct? You, not any of these gentlemen. Right? And you're the one that shot up TIG recording studio on January 8th, 2015. Isn't that correct? Let me ask you something, Mr. Copeland. You were asked about the Green Store by Attorney Steele, right? The Green Store, you're familiar?
Yeah.
That's actually called Mommy's Grocery and Deli on Glen Street, correct?
I guess.
Okay. You estimated that the driving time is 5 minutes. The truth is, to get from the Green Store to where Donovan Thomas was gunned down, you have to drive a couple 100 feet on Glen Street and take a right onto McDaniel, correct? That's how you get there, right over the tracks. The truth is, it takes less than a minute to make that drive. Isn't that correct? Mr. Kokomo, could you publish DS24F? This is February 21st, 2015, 378 Yankee Delta from 6/22/59 to 6/24/01.
I got somebody, but I don't know his name. He was there. He ill there. He called the night. Well, I forgot what they got killed with.
And we're going to start it over, Mr. Copeland, because I didn't provide any context. You spoke on a gang meeting that the Bloods had about you on that Thursday before Donovan Thomas was killed, correct? Mr. Kokomo, could you play DS24?
I got somebody, but I don't know his name. He was. I got somebody, but I don't know his name. He was there. He ill there. He called the night. Well, I forgot what they got killed with. It was a Friday night. It was a Thursday night. They had a barbecue. But the barbecue just about it was blood and everything blood. Then the whole meeting was based upon me. They was all in there talking about this and this, talking about this and this. So the nigga Mo was on the phone. So Mo told everybody, all I need, every last one of y'all, whoever 90s scraps here, whoever that other nickname, supposed to kill me. They gave all them guns. The same night they gave every last one gun. Say treat me to a gas station and kill me. I forgot what else. But he called and told me everything. He said, "Is this person a friend of yours?"
The Bloods had a gang meeting on the Thursday before Donovan Thomas was killed, 2 days before, on the same day that you shot up TIG Studios. Isn't that correct?
I don't know what you're talking about.
In that statement to the police, you said that the whole meeting was based on me. Not them, on you. That Mo, from behind the wall, had put the green light on you. Not anyone else. He put the green light on you for what was going on with you. The guy who stole from Donovan Thomas. The guy who shot up the studio with Rich Homie Quan and Donovan Thomas in the studio that night.
Yeah, objection, I was assuming facts not in the evidence and harassment of their witness.
Overruled.
You've told the police at that meeting, Donovan Thomas went whoop, approved of the orders to kill you. You told the police that the gang members handed out guns to younger people. And the plan was to trick you to come to the gas station. And the only reason you weren't killed is because someone told you about it. In January 2015, Donovan Thomas was coming after you.
Objection, speculation, again, assuming facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Mr. Copeland, you're not the type of guy to back down, are you? No further questions.
All right. Okay, I know that the state is gonna have redirect, but I think it's gonna last longer than we've got for this evening. So we will come back on Tuesday of next week to finish up with Mr. Copeland. So Mr. Copeland, if you can be back here with us at 9 a.m. on Tuesday of next week.
If you please.
All right. Okay, so I am going to excuse y'all, except I'd like for you to stay after for a minute, if you don't mind. The rest of you with the reminders to not discuss this case with anybody. Don't let anybody discuss this case with you. Don't talk about it amongst yourselves. Don't look at and in fact avoid any media accounts of this case or anybody involved in it, including anything on any kind of social media. Don't try to find out any information about the case or anybody involved in it from any source outside of what we all hear together in this courtroom. Okay, I want y'all to enjoy your long weekend and your holiday break, and I'll see y'all back on Tuesday. All right, and again, for the media, what we're about to talk about, I'm going to need y'all to turn off all of the audio and video for. Thank you.